I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Okay, not much activity tonight, but Jim's Underage Adventures. There are people I like, don't like, maybe slightly dislike, and there's some people that there's no way in the world I could ever respect. Just when I thought that nobody could beat certain YouTubers on here with the despicable or despicability factor, somebody comes along. Um, I've seen arrogance, I've seen cockiness in spades. I've never seen it to this level. None at all. Nothing like it. You can't help making a commentary sometimes when it's necessary. In this guy's particular situation, not only is he arrogant, not only is he cocky, not only is he absolutely immature, but the guy seems to be in love with himself, and there's really nothing to be in love with. His aging body doesn't hold his muscles very well, and the steroids he's taken he doesn't realize how it's affecting his body. But that's his problem. Hello, IKEA. So the girl that he's hanging around with, look, don't tell me that she's 30 years old. There's no fucking way. Her whole demeanor, how she talks like a little child. I can't say for sure what her age is, but you guys have to make your own opinion on that. Can't make it for you, but he's got some really serious issues. You got that right. That's the reason I'm doing this show. God, I passed by the events for All Souls, and oh my God, like the whole town. I didn't bother to record, but we passed through a little while ago, just came back, but the whole town is out there. A lot of people, man. A lot of people. Pending the storm, and it might hit. I mean, it might be the real McCoy coming this way, as Odette did, in the same fashion, almost around about the same time of year. I know you're not interested in hearing about the storm. Totally understand. But it affects us here. Now, yeah, he's got some serious issues, man, and there are some people on here that you wouldn't normally wish anything bad on somebody, but this guy, as I say, he's an accident waiting to happen between his steroid usage and his drinking. He's a binge drinker, and funny, his entire audience are trolls. Well, he's playing up on the trolls, like Barry and other people did. They're playing up on the trolls. Uh, I'll give you a list of some people I really don't like. I don't like Philly in the Philippines because he's like the master baiter, or actually, he's the master of baiting people. And he had the audacity to actually talk about, other channels baiting people. And I'm just like, what is this guy's problem? But getting back to old Jimbo there, your observation. How old do you really think that girl is he's hanging around? And I make judgment from looking, of course, listening, of course, her demeanor, her emotional age, as it seems like when she talks and what she talks about. I can't buy the fact that she's 30 years old. Now, granted, there are a lot of Filipinos that are older than their age. Just look at, what's his name? Oh, God, it's been such a while. Uncle Jesse. Uncle Jesse. Yeah, she's young. It's hard to guess her age. Yeah, she's not that old. I would guess a lot younger than that. I would guess a lot younger than that. And the only reason she's hanging around with him is because, well, I don't know, Jim seems to be cheap with his money. And he's always getting these dumps he's living in. He thinks they're beautiful places. But understand, that house in America is not his, it's his parents' house. And you can't believe half the things he says. Now, I didn't really want to do a show criticizing somebody on YouTube, but I really want to stay as far back from this as I possibly can. Yeah. Oh, is Ricky live? Well, I'm probably going to lose my audience. But timing is good, though. Well, Jim's cockiness is what gets him into trouble, and that's what got him into trouble in the Philippines. I'm sure that Jim started off that stuff with his neighbors in the Philippines. I'm more than sure. I'm more than sure. And as such, he invites trouble into his life. And a lot of people that support Jim are blaming his wife. But I'll be honest, I really don't know what she's all about. I got to be fair about this. I really don't know. IKEA says he will get in big trouble acting the way he does. I mean, look, he went out at 3 o'clock in the morning. What does that tell you? In his fucking boxer shorts with no shirt on. I mean, in Cambodia? Okay, what does that tell you? He thinks he's some kind of a hero because he works out. But Jim is not working for strength, he's working for muscle tone. There's a difference. Oh yeah. Now, what is the biggest lie among that he worked out or something with Randy Couture or sparred with him? I mean, give us a break, really. It's the alcohol talking. I understand that. And those who drink a lot, and he does, and he happens to be a binge drinker, so when he starts drinking, he gets into a lot of trouble with his wife, with everybody around him, with his neighbors, and all that stuff. I normally don't stick up for Ricky, but I have to stick up for Ricky in this one. What Ricky said about him, I have to tend to agree with. And I don't really, stick up for Ricky because Ricky's kind of a culprit. He's done a lot of wrong to me in a lot of ways. But if I would have bet, I don't know, Ricky does not want to start a fight with anybody because he kind of bowed down to Mick Fisher, if you remember that, when they were all at this bar together with Brevis and Barry and everything else, and Mick Fisher came over. Yeah. I would more believe that Mick Fisher, who works out, does strength training. I would put my money on Mick Fisher against Jim anytime. Anytime. Anyway. Ricky, I don't know. Ricky's big, but he's just overweight. I don't think he has the capacity to get into a physical thing with anybody. He backed out on Mick Fisher, but he's the causative problem of his own problems, Ricky, because we've seen him approach people in malls and stuff, and got surprised when the person would stand up and he'd realize that this is a notable opponent. And Ricky would find a way of, like, oh, okay, or whatever, and he'd walk away. But Ricky does like to initiate problems. And both these guys, in actuality, both these guys are problematic. But since the show is more about Jim, I'll kind of hang out on that for a little bit. Jim maintains he doesn't know who you are. I find this implausible. Or maybe he don't. Well, I was off for 3 months or so for one. I don't know. He probably knows who I am. I don't know. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he did. But I must say, and I must admit, and be totally honest with you, and I usually am on my show, I don't hold things back. I generally don't. This guy's a creep. And as much as you don't wish something happening to this guy, I think it's going to happen. Either he's going to get a heart attack with 20 years of fucking testosterone taking and steroids, and he's so proud about it. I'd like to see him build up any muscle tone at all without steroids and testosterone, because I don't think he could do it. See, the way I work things, or the way I see things, dangerous over there. The way I see things is that No, Cambodia has nice places out there, actually. A lot of people downplay it, but actually they have nice places where a lot of expats move or, or visit or whatever. I do research in all kinds of places since I live in Southeast Asia. And he's going to fuck with the wrong person at the wrong time. He's going to get his ass beat. He ran away from those Filipinos, is what he did when he had trouble in the Philippines. Remember, his kid got hit in the head with some bottle or some shit like that. I don't know. Jim walked away from it. He didn't touch anybody. Okay? But he's in enough trouble because he didn't go to court or finish up the court on this. Probably owes money to the family or something because he did do something, but he just built up his reputation where he used to live. I can't say that. I'm not going to say that on here that he's a drug dealer because I don't know that. I'm not going to make such an intense statement. I don't know what he is, but he's admitted that he's been to prison, been to jail. So he's pretty much been an alcoholic loser the best part of his life, getting into trouble. Another Barry or another whatever on here. So I think modern day, contemporary times, if I would say the most obnoxious loser on YouTube would have to be Jim. And I've listened to a lot of people on here. I'm not blind to what goes on here. I'd have to say that Jim has got to be the biggest fucking loser. He's a grown-ass man wearing all these little baseball shirts and caps and constantly taking off his shirt to impress people with his so-called muscle. Now, I made a statement on one of my shows, and it's my observation. He needs to keep his shirt on. I'm not impressed with his physique because the combination of his age, and he looks a hell of a lot older than what his age is in the 50s. He looks a lot older than me. If you see me on camera, you know how old I look. Glasses or sunglasses or not. This guy, his muscle is so contorted, dry looking skin, worn out skin, it just doesn't look good on him. And he's got the funkiest looking biceps and triceps I've ever seen. I don't know, I said it before, it seems contorted some way. He needs to keep his shirt on because he's not impressing anybody. Now, why this little girl is hanging around with him, and he's the latest loser and has taken the crown, oh, absolutely. Why she's hanging around him is going to have to be doing with money. Now, he's really cheap, this guy. I don't even think he's given her much. She ain't no fucking tour guide for him. And she ain't working at no fucking hospital or some bullshit story, whatever he said. Okay? I don't buy that story. But there's got to be something in it for her. Okay. Sure, she's real friendly with him and everything else. Well, you would be too. You're in a poor country like Cambodia. More so than the Philippines. And this guy comes along and he wants to have some eye candy on his arm. And he's doing it basically to make his wife jealous and upset. I could totally understand why his wife don't want to be with him. Your mate Steve, come back later. Who's Steve? Your mate Steven, come back. I don't know who you're talking about. The British guy? I don't know. I mean, it's hard not to watch Jim's show. So he's got that going for him because people, just like when Barry was on regularly and some other people, you had to, in Fazio, you had to watch him because you couldn't believe what you were hearing and you couldn't believe your eyes. And you ask yourself, come on, this has got to be a put on. They can't really be that way. Well, they were. It was the real McCoy. It was the real deal. They were what they were. And you weren't seeing AI or any shit like that. This was real shit. But this guy, Jim, I mean, holy crap on a cracker, as Popeye likes to say, and I'm quoting Popeye. But it's like, what the fuck? I think this guy's been a loser all his life. Yeah, it is amazing. It is amazing. I can't believe I'm saying this, but he's neck and neck with the Hunchback. He's neck and neck with the Hunchback. It takes a lot. to say that. And it's not that you want to wish anybody ill, but a shithead like this guy, you listen in and hope that something does happen. He gets arrested. That would be the greatest thing in Cambodia. I don't think you want to be arrested over there. He's taken over Barry's place. Well, apparently, man. But he's living on the attention. Jim doesn't have any friends in America. Don't listen to what he says. He's no big construction guy or something. He probably does labor work, probably in construction, but everybody is going to expand their stories with a lot of bullshit. If you're not used to that by now, then, what are you, new? This is the norm on here. This guy's probably been drinking the best part of his life. He admitted he got into trouble. He's been into jail, prison, whatever, numerous times. Okay, I can't. Yeah. Incredible, man. I mean, how could you stay off YouTube, really? At least listen. Because if you really want free entertainment, other than the price of your internet, you listen to losers like this. And man, do we got the losers out there. Wannabes that can't make it out here. Some people live in another Southeast Asia country that seem to be in the Philippines genre all the time, and I don't know why. Because they probably got nothing going on in their country. I don't know what's going on. They're all kind of, what shall I say, messed up in light of another word I'm trying to find on here. They're problematic. They have a lot of issues. But just when you think you've seen it all or heard it all, then Jim comes along. And some people might say, there's got to be a put on. No, it's not a put on. That's what this guy's like. When you're a flaming alcoholic like him, sometimes it's great entertainment. Yeah. Guys like Jim make it laughable. You got to have a laugh every now and again. I mean, otherwise, what's the use of coming on here? I got to have a laugh, I'm not on here arguing with people anymore, any shit like that. I'm not getting into all that tension and all that shit. I'm just going to talk about what I see, that's all. Like a movie I seen on TV, you can talk about the movie, right? I'm talking about these characters. Guys like Jim make it laughable. Yeah, absolutely. It's just amazing, really. Actually, I should say, what's his famous word? Oh my God, what was his famous word? It's like incredible. And what was his famous word on there? Phenomenal, phenomenal. Everything is phenomenal with him. Well, he's phenomenally an idiot. No woman would stay with this guy. I don't think he's ever been married and had any kids. There's got to be a reason for that. Now, some people choose that lifestyle, but some people don't. He's not going to tell you what really went on in his life. No woman could stay with him. Not even Dexel, and I don't know much about her. No woman could stay with that man, and I could understand why. So he's trying to paint a picture that he likes the independent life and all that crap. No, it's because he doesn't have any choice. Come on, thumbs up, people. Because he doesn't have any choice. And to live your later years living the way he does, you could almost be sad for the guy. Now, we've had cocky people on here. The bummer was cockier than shit. And I thought maybe he was one of the cockiest motherfuckers on YouTube. I still think he is, but I don't know. There's a neck and neck thing going on between him and Jim. I don't know who's leading the other. But Jim is so self-centered. And when I do watch his show, I say, please don't take off your shirt, Spare us. You're not impressing anybody but yourself. He's not impressing anybody. He's not impressing any women. He's not impressing. Because the guy looks 20 years, 15 to 20 years older than his actual age. At least. I don't know who this guy is. Question and answer stickers. I got this shit coming on all the time. I don't know why. Jim's kind of to show that it's hard, like an accident happens, you don't want to look at it. for the blood and gore, but being human and very curious creatures that we are, you wind up looking at that gory accident, you regret it later. Jim's one of those situations where you don't really want to see his show, but you're drawn to it because, like other popular shows we've had on here historically, Fazio, Bummer, people like that, you can't help but look and, at least get the entertainment value out of it, of course. He's supposed to be, what is it? What is he supposed to be? 52 or something? I don't, I forgot his exact age. Somebody could hone in on this and tell us what age he said he was. You know, he looks at least 65. And a person who's not in really great shape at 65. I mean, as far as skin, lack of elasticity, and stuff like that. So I'm not impressed at all, but I'm not gay. But if somebody's looking good, I'll say, hey, you're looking good. Man or woman, you're looking good. He's not looking good. But you know what's sad? We've only got one life. As far as we all know, we got one life, right? According to how religious you want to get in your beliefs. Why do you want to spend your life the way he does, and all he brings is negativity to his own life? Oh, I'm sure he's bothered by the comments, but he's not going to show you that because he's too cocky to allow that. But he's enjoying to get the extra attention because that's what he wants. Jim probably does not have any close friends in his life. It's pretty apparent to me. Probably been living off, still sucking off his mother's nipples. Credit card. She's probably paying for everything just to get rid of the guy. Pretty amazing, huh? Well, I don't want to spend all night talking about Jim, but there's some things you just can't help talk about as much as you're trying to avoid. The mayhem and so forth on YouTube. I make exceptions to certain people on here, and I make an exception with him. He does look old, yeah. He's got nothing to boast about. I mean, a guy, the only thing he looks forward to when he goes town to town. I knew a guy named Jeff I worked with in Seattle. And Jeff, kind of a bodybuilder. Tall guy, too. Not a bad looking guy, but, he got the women. We did go to Hawaii together. Well, I wasn't living there at the time. And I had free air miles. And Jeff, his parents had a timeshare over in West Oahu in Makaha, a rough area, by the way. Beautiful ocean, very dry, very desert-like, but very on the ocean, a lot of surfers, and a lot of real local Hawaiians. It's a place no white face should actually be, I'll tell you that. That's why the condo complex was gated. Okay, it was gated. You have to have a code to get in there. That's the place where I got rolled by a wave. Probably hurt my neck or something. I got rolled by a big-ass wave. It's funny because they're known to have sharks around there, too. If you go up on the lanai in a building, if you look enough, you might see a shark go by there. Anyway, bottom line of the story is that, where was I with this? I went there with Jeff, and Jeff, the first thing he had to figure out, I got to find a 24-hour fitness. Got to find a 24-hour fitness. These are the guys that are just in love with themselves, that love looking in the mirror. I don't even want to look at myself in the mirror. You want to know the truth? Unless I have to brush my hair or something. I'm not vain in that way, believe me. Because I don't know who the guy is in that mirror that's looking back at me. Time goes by real fast, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, time to get off. I had to interject and come in and do a video tonight. He said Ricky was live. I don't know if he's still live. I'll listen to Ricky if he's on there. But no, Ricky's never going to challenge. They're not going to see each other. They're never going to challenge each other. You know that. Okay, guys, let me get off. And I'd like to watch a movie or something. If I could find something I haven't seen on TV, which is really almost impossible these days. But I think I've done enough YouTube to last me quite a while, even for the 3 months or 4 months, whatever it is I've been off. Quite a bit of YouTubing lately. But I guess I had it all held in me, and I had a lot of things I had to come out with. And with some of the shows I've witnessed, like Jim and even some other people lying through their teeth, Philly in the Philippines, he's a creep, absolute creep. And why did Philly, this is what I don't understand. Why did Philly in the Philippines, Brian, why did he admit in the past that he has to use a penis pump to have sex to get an erection? What guy in his right fucking mind, especially on social media, would admit that or even tell anybody? Why did he feel that he had to say that? I mean, that's something that you wouldn't talk about. So all these people got all this discrepancies. All these people who claim to be bigger and better than thou. All these people out here claim to be a better vlogger, better financially, better personality. They get all the women. They're all full of shit. They're not fooling anybody but themselves, but they got to put up this front. Because they're not going to tell anybody they're broke as shit. Just say, no, I make 8,000 pesos a month. Full of shit. A lot of them are barely getting by on their pensions. They're not going to tell you that. No. And some of them are totally dependent on their AdSense for their shows and donations. Jim stays on despite the negativity because he has money to lose, as goes for other vloggers. Okay? That's why they're on. They're married to their monetization. It's like a ball that's dragging them down. They're tied to this algorithms. Anyway, enough said. Go watch Ricky if he's still on. Said what I needed to say for the night, and I feel better about it. Yeah, I think Jim's an accident waiting to happen, and I think sooner or later it's going to be somebody, or it's going to be his health, or something's going to give, or he's going to fuck up in Cambodia. He put the Philippines down so much, but yet he's still saying, oh, I'm going to be making a trip back. But if you hate the Philippines so much, why would you make a trip back? Oh, but I like Mactan area. All he does is talk shit about the Philippines. We don't need him here. Stay where you are. He's just, but truthfully, he's scared to come into the Philippines. Adultery issues going on with him directly from his spouse. Some court situations, they may even stop him at immigration at the airport if he enters the Philippines. So I don't really buy his stories that he's going to make a trip to the Philippines. He said, why not? I'll still go there. But, buddy, you hate the Philippines. You haven't said one thing good about it since your girlfriend told you to get the fuck out of there. Believe me, I'm sure it was that way. It wasn't the other way around. The guy's a binge drinker. On the Typhoon, it looks like it's going to be turning into a super typhoon. Ah, interesting. I know one guy that's worried. He went through this once before, and that's 8 miles from home. The British couple with the new baby and one daughter, and of course the dog, Poppy. They've been through this before, but they supposedly have a fortress going there, backup energy, solar, everything. So I guess they feel prepared, but how many people are really prepared? Now, this is sounding suspiciously almost like Odette, how it came about the same time of year. So, batten down the hatches, because if anything, you're at least going to have, according to where you are in the Visayas region, there's going to be some heavy-duty rain, torrential rain, and it's going to be, might be quite a bit of wind too. So, yeah, who says it's not fun in the Philippines? I didn't. But lo and behold, it's coming. Now, there's more direct regions that are going to be hit a little harder, and I don't have the current information on. Anyway, where is everybody? I guess they're all battening down their hatches or something. This is an advisory from yours truly. This is an advisory. So far, it's coming. I tell you, it's coming. Be prepared. Go try to get an update on this. Amazing Philippines is pretty good for that, getting an update, because he used to study the weather a little bit. He was had an interest in that profession. So, what's the news, dear? They think it is going to turn into a super typhoon? So, they're pretty sure about that now. Oh, she's nodding her head yes on this. This ain't good. Oh, yeah. Not good at all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to be hit over here somewhat. If at least it's going to be torrential rains. That's for sure. We have one room that does leak on a heavy rain. And we got kind of a gutter thing going on out there. It's like a waterfall, actually. Haven't repaired that yet, but that's the least of the worries in actuality. Um, they named all the regions that were going to be hit. I don't have the list. I don't have that list in front of me. But it's kind of looking like a sure thing. What's going to be the category on this stuff? Uh, you know the category, huh? Well, it'd be like wind categories. Probably be a 3 over here, I'm thinking. I'm not sure. But we've been through some pretty good blast over here. Of course, I wasn't around when Odette happened. Well, where was I when Odette happened? Where was I when Odette happened?
Huh?
I wasn't here. That was back in 2000. That's how. That was Odette. That was what year was that?
Audit.
Huh?
Audit.
Yeah. What year was that?
2002.
2010. Oh, okay. I was long not in the Philippines. No, that was 2013, wasn't it? It was more likely 2013.
Audit, no.
Okay, I'm not sure.
After pandemic man to.
Oh, after the pandemic. Okay. And I was what? Still
You're
in. I was in
in
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Okay, yeah, I was still in Hawaii at that time, and I heard about it. Bad enough there was the pandemic that was going on at the time. Sometimes the Philippines get hit with multiple things like earthquakes and storm, and that's happened too. Um, this is not really supposed to be hurricane season, but here's the thing: there is really no particular time that a system like this can form. You got to understand it does have to do with the water temperatures of the ocean, and it actually starts off that way. And the climate's been changing, and it feeds off the warm air of the ocean, is what it does. Now, I'm no expert on this, but give you a chance on that. So, what you can do is batten down the hatches and hope that your house is built strong enough. I know that the house I used to live in, I used to rent here in the Philippines prior to buying this house. Prior to me living in there, of course, renting. They had typical walls made of cinder block, and the whole living room main area wall came down, and the roof blew off when they had a hurricane. Now, cement, unless it's solid cement and you got some heavy duty rebar, that would be a big help. But a lot of houses are not constructed very well, and that's a problem. And of course, if you've been in pretty much of a shanty of some sort, yeah, you got a lot to worry about. You're better off finding a stronger shelter, relatives, friends, or whatever it might be. This is a warning, folks. This is a warning. If you're living in the Philippines and you're in these particular regions, Batanes, always Batanes area, Surigao is going to be hit probably pretty hard. I know one vlogger out there that's rather concerned about this at the moment. You know him as 8 miles from home, and there's other people, vloggers, I think, living in that particular area. It's not just there. It's going to hit in multiple places. So, I don't know if it's actually slowing down because the last information I got was that it wasn't. Where they were wondering whether it's just going to be a storm or was going to be, a super typhoon. Well, it's more in a direction now, they're saying, an update, more of a super typhoon. So there you go. Just keep track of the weather, and if you live in here in the Philippines, the best thing you can do If you got a generator, no, that's a good thing because there's a good possibility of power outages. I wouldn't be surprised on my island. It's according to how it hits, but I also have a lot of tree branches that are in the way that we have not cut down. A little late for that now, but this could be hitting here as early as tomorrow morning. So we'll see what happens from there. And of course, we'll continue the coverage on this, and we will certainly give you any video if a storm does just kind of pass by my area or hits it. And we'll definitely give you some coverage on that and show you what we're experiencing on this island. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that'll be in certain areas that are going to be hit that will probably get enough video of this, but I could certainly do my part of showing you the winds or the rains or whatever actually hits our island here. So how prepared we are for this? Well, you're never really totally prepared. Wow, I got one viewer. Isn't that amazing? You're never really totally prepared for something like this when you think you are. I got a generator, but can I get it, if the power goes out, can I get it running? As I said, it's a piece of shit. I always have a problem starting it. Once it gets on, it's fine, but it's not the best generator in the world. But, you know, at least I could say I have a generator going, and hopefully I'll get it working if the lights do go out. And you know how chintzy the wires are out here, and it doesn't take much. You just blow on it, and there's a problem. You know, we always talk about the infrastructure in this country, and it's true what they say about it. Nobody's lying about it. I don't know, I think people are celebrating on All Souls Day or whatever tonight. I don't know what's going on, but one viewer at this time, that's kind of weird.
Busy.
I think people are busy preparing that are living out here for the storm. Anyway, you could listen to this later. I'm just going to do a little more research and just keep on the update on this. I know when it rains hard here, we've been through some heavy-ass rainstorms where I live on this island, which happens to be the Van Tine Islands and Santa Fe in particular. And we've had some heavy-duty rain over here. That's incredible. But there's always a chance it could be a whole lot heavier than anything I've experienced before. That remains to be seen, or it could just pass by. You never know. But it sounds pretty critical, huh, Gilda? Sounds like it's pretty much on path. And they still have this area somewhat in the target. And that's for what I ascertained at the moment. God, where is everybody tonight? That's really kind of weird. Somebody else doing a show or something tonight? Unbelievable. Anyway, that's the update. Let's see. I don't know. What's your time zone? Add and Q&A sticker. What is this shit? This Q&A sticker crap that keeps on showing up on here. Some kind of spamish shit that shows up on here. Top fans. Okay. Yeah, we got one listening at the time. Okay, I'm going to get off this thing. I'll probably delete this anyway. I'll give you guys, whoever's listening, an update on as the storm system approaches. I guess we'll. Good morning, I think. No, believe me, I don't like getting up this early. 5 in the morning. It's ridiculous. That's when I wake up, pretty much. So, actually, earlier. I'm not really sure what I know what a good night's sleep actually is. Well, it's better than being permanently asleep, if you know what I mean. I can deal with it. Okay, so. All right, we'll see who shows up this morning or not. Little impromptu video here, live stream here. Of course, the topic is this upcoming storm. Pardon me with the yawning. Actually, I don't mind doing a video in the morning because it's nice and quiet around here. It lets me train my thought, or thoughts, actually. It's always the best time for me. Because I may be up, it doesn't mean everybody else is up, other than the dogs. They're always happy to see me in the morning because they have no other interaction with anybody. The good old Frank, he's always up early in the morning. It's not by choice. I'll guarantee you that. It's not by any choice at all. Okay, I think I'm just going to wait and see who shows up this wee hours of the morning here. My channel hasn't fully come to terms with, well, we got somebody showing up here anyway. Since I wasn't on for a while, people don't always expect me to be doing a morning show or any shows at all, for that fact. But yeah, the big topic around the Philippines, of course, is the coming storm, which could be making our way by this evening, certainly by tomorrow morning. Yeah. God, I got bites on me under my right arm and chest area. These little boogers, these little tiny ants, I don't know where they come from, but them boogers can bite. I'm not the only one that gets bit. My girlfriend does too. And we don't know where they come from. You always talk about ants. Well, oh, you have to. You know, when you're living out here in the Philippines, you're not just living with expats and Filipinos. You're living with Mother Nature. It's just part of the whole scene of living out here. So you deal with it the best you can. But yeah, we're not, we're known to get bug bites here. And ants have always been a problem for us here. No, we're not like an ant-infested house, but at times it feels like that. Okay, enough about ants. Oh God, the one thing I forgot to buy, which I'm going to need to do today, is to get another propane tank, because I think we're on fumes with this. I don't want to wait to the last minute, and well, I actually am. As I said, you need to be prepared for any possibilities. No, it actually is going to affect where I live. Initially, I mean, it could change, but it would definitely be a category 1 here, but then going into probably a category 2, but there's no definite information at this point that ain't going to be higher than that as far as the winds and stuff. It'll start off at maybe 50 to 60 mile per hour gust, and then will increase actually from there. Oh, believe me, I've experienced heavy rainfall here since I've lived here. I mean, so hard you think your roof is going to cave in. We have one room that gets a lot of leakage, and it's off my bedroom area, what I know as the exercise room, whatever. I'll be prepared for that, but lots of dirty towels or something around there. Lucky I got one of these old, commercial vacs, for sucking up water or anything like that. That was a big help the last time we had another rain. We just have to find where the leakage is. Anyway, good morning to you. I was listening to Amazing Philippines. He's pretty good on the updates. Yeah, it's going to definitely affect the Visayas, and there's no doubt about that. And he was talking about a different phenomena, really, where sometimes you get earthquakes with these storms, and I don't know how that works and how it could actually kind of entice an earthquake. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, but this has happened before, actually. A lot of people aren't really prepared. I think the biggest preparedness I did was we went out and bought some toilet paper last night. Okay, well, I do have a generator, but I'm going to have to give it a little pull today, just kind of to get it going, because it is a good possibility, and it happens where I live all the time, that, wires could be affected because, as I said, we're never prepared because a lot of the branches on the trees right near our internet and electrical wires. And you don't want that. It might be a little late to do that. So I can find somebody to do that today, but nobody's doing anything. They're just coming off old souls, from drinking and everything else, and they're all doing their own, getting prepared for the storm. And I don't think anybody wants to work today to, even for money, to do something like cut down some branches. And then, of course, they have to deal with the weaver ants. Here we go again, ants. Deal with the weaver ants biting them on a tree when they go up there. So I don't know. You can't win sometimes. There's always something. But how do you really prepare? We got one fucking flashlight really here. We're not prepared here really. We never really are. Never really are. Some people are thinking, it could turn out to be like another Odette. No, it's not predicted to be like another Odette. Not at all. But it doesn't mean that, you're going to have some big storm surge, and certainly on the ocean, it's going to affect that too. And those with kind of untrustworthy structures that are living in basically less than desirable abodes, not built very well, could very well be affected by this. It's not just the water and flooding and so forth. So, yeah, it's you can't take these things for granted because they could turn, and whatever's predicted now, the closer it gets, the more the models, as they call them, can change, and it could turn into a, full-fledged, well, they said it is going to be, they don't think it's going to be a super typhoon, but that it will develop into a typhoon. So it's going to be interesting. That's the biggest excitement going on around here. I don't know what you expect. But, this is island life, and anything that could happen, will happen on an island. The ferries are going to be shut down now. Let's just call them my stepchildren, will be coming here. Gilda's two kids, her second oldest daughter, and of course Kai, the youngest, who lives here with us, who's been in Cebu for a while, visiting. They are planning to come in today and take a chance because if they go beyond today, the ferries are going to stop. They already are planning to stop the ferries. And they're going to probably get probably the only ferry perhaps that's going to be coming here to the islands, because if they wait too much further after that, the ferries will definitely be shut down. So, and those that are visiting the island, I guess they're going to have an extended stay here because they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to get back, and that happens a lot. As long as the ATM is working, which reminds me, I'd have to go to the ATM because if it shuts down, that's why you always should keep some money around the house. And we generally don't like to keep money around the house. But, situations like this, you really need to do that. Everything out here is on a cash basis. Hello, Ed Savino. It's early morning. I'm kind of doubting you're in the Philippines. Maybe you are. I don't know. Where are you from? As I said earlier, I get up early, and it's not that I want to get up early. Believe me, I would like to sleep till 8 o'clock in the morning, but that's an impossibility unless I would drug myself to the point of becoming a zombie, which I'm not going to do. It is what it is with my sleep. Well, a combination of things. As you're getting older, sometimes you sleep less, unless you've always had some kind of a sleeping problem. And the algorithms, here we go with algorithms, the algorithms of your body, are out of whack. And I think my algorithms, you love to hear that word, don't you? Algorithms, as it pertains to your YouTube channels and monetization and all that. They love using that word, algorithms. Everything now is algorithms. Okay, well, it's the new thing. Personally, I've never, hardly ever heard algorithms used in any sentence at all in my life. But okay, I could deal with, I could deal with that. But all right, let's see what's going on out here. What the hell are you guys doing up anyway? Well, you must be from maybe outside of the Philippines area of responsibility. And I used to never hear that terminology either as far as weather. I've only heard that out here. The Philippines, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. The Philippines area of responsibility. I never heard that either. I never heard this other wording of she or he became unalived. Just say what it is. They died or whatever. Unalived. I mentioned that before on my show. I don't know where it came from. Oh, this was fun. My spinner on my washer over here was going on all night because it doesn't shut off. So, oh, Pro Traveler, I've been watching him. You know what? To tell you the truth, I don't know. I honestly don't know what to make of this guy. He's interesting, but he's also very irritating. I don't know why. He's from Estonia, but kind of has that Russian accent. And I'm not big on Russians, to be honest with you. Where does this guy, if you have that information, where does he get his money from? His profession in, I guess, Estonia. Oh, I think he mentioned what he did for a living. His girlfriend's a nice girl. Now, what I don't understand, wasn't it him that just bought a car? A truck, actually. And then, because of his ridiculous vlogging and not paying attention to the road, he gets into a freaking accident, pretty much totals the vehicle. Okay, so then he goes out and buys this like orange car. It's a small car, okay? And he's got his hand out the window with the fucking camera. And I don't understand this guy. But he always seems to have money that don't seem to be a problem for him. So, if you could fill in the blanks for me on this guy, please do so. I'd be kind of curious to know what he's living on. He's obviously not, I don't know if he gets Social Security in Estonia. I doubt it, I don't know, but he's not retirement age. So, is this guy wealthy? I mean, what's the situation with him? Gotta get my tea going here. Well, since you mentioned him, I mean, come back come back and give me a little bit of info. Now that you got me thinking about him. No, I do watch his, not religiously, but I do watch his show. And there's something about his accent. I don't know. I think he's kind of too out there with the public. And this thing with, Kumasta, I mean, he's just, he reminds me of somebody else on here, but. Okay, well, maybe you're just passing through, but you mentioned pro-life traveler. So I'm just asking you a question on that. What do you know about how and where this guy gets his money? Does he have I understand about Estonia. It's not, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even think it's a third world country. I heard that there is a lot of wealth in that country. I don't know much about it, to be honest with you, but there is supposedly some wealth out there. Where it comes from, I don't really know. Wasn't he in some kind of a high-tech industry or something like that? And if you're just tuning in, we're talking about pro-life traveler. And Mr. Savino came in and asked me, "You don't like pro-traveler?" I said, "I do watch, But I'm asking him some questions and he's not giving me any answers. So thanks for coming by, Sabino. I really hate to repeat myself all the time. You either have information or you don't, but don't come on and just bring up a question and then I have a couple of questions for you and you just kind of tank out on me or something. Maybe he has a large trust fund. Hello, Viking son. Well, I'll tell you, there's a lot of people that are living like that with these trust funds. You'd be surprised. Look, if you're living out here and you're vlogging and everything, and you're living out here, pretty much permanently, and you're under retirement age, yeah, you have, it makes anybody wonder. I mean, how are they surviving? What's their income coming from? A lot of people are trust fund babies and so forth, Maybe their parents had an industry or something going on. I don't know. But I do get curious about that. Because there's a lot of vloggers out there that are certainly under retirement age who seem to be living very well in the Philippines. So of course you're going to get curious about that. I sure as hell do. And they're buying things. He goes out and buys a brand new car or something or whatever. And then it's not a big deal for him that he totals the truck he has. And I kind of question I kind of question a lot of things with him because it's so ridiculous what I look at when he's got his camera out there on an extension rod, and he's driving with this fucking, while he's vlogging, and he's driving. So his sense of responsibility, I don't understand. That I could tell you. Especially if he's going to have his woman in the car. Part of me, I'm just preparing my tea here. I got my lemon and so forth. And okay, let me just get this shit out. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of people. And some of your more popular vloggers, and no names mentioned, I think are in a similar situation where they're not retired and they always seem to have money to travel. They always seem to have money for just about anything that comes up. Amazing. Sometimes you can't just pretty much go out and just ask them and say, well, hey man, how do you survive? They don't always want to talk about their income. And he doesn't have to discuss with anybody really. Hold on, I'm just squeezing a lemon. Ah, jeez. I have a tool for this too, Okay. Just give me a few seconds here. One of the reasons I'm always putting lemon in my tea is because kidney stone control. So that's why I do that a lot. And believe me, that's one of my fears of getting another kidney stone again. It's no fucking picnic. How much lemon helps, I don't know, but it doesn't hurt. Okay. Let's see. Region 6, welcome back, Frank. Happy to see you uploading again. Yeah, how long is that going to last, dude? Think about it. I don't know, man. Sometimes I make some bad judgments, There's too much bullshit on YouTube, as you know very well. I'm surprised I did after a hiatus to actually come back. I guess life is so exciting in the Philippines, I guess, that you're drawn back. Hold on. you get drawn back into this shit. It's not something you plan on, really. I didn't really. Just shutting all my outdoor lights since it's daylight now. Come on, you want to go out? Okay, it's daylight. You're just a spectator. I'm your case. It's tough being on top. Everybody's gunning for you. Oh, whatever. Why? I don't know. Gunning for me because I put some creep in jail? Shit, they should be saluting me. Human psychology, I'm not going to try to figure it out. Yeah, tell me about it. What did I spend? I had to go in there a couple of times for procedures, and I don't know. I think it came well over 400,000 pesos, man. Yeah, they are expensive. So, yeah, try to do everything you can to make sure you don't get them again. No, that'd be the second time in my life I had them. And what I read, it says if you're kind of predisposition to get them again. God forbid. Oh, don't let me get me going on that again. That was excruciating. But I'm doing the best I can, trying to drink as much liquids as I can. You can't drink 3.5 liters a day. Let's get real about this, man. That's what they suggest here to keep your kidneys clean and everything else. Drinking 3.5 liters. Come on. I also read that that's overkill because what happens is if you drink too much water, you're flushing out all the good minerals and shit you need, all the electrolytes and all that. So you don't know who to believe anymore. And I got to that point. You know, your dad had kidney stones last year. He said it was the worst pain he experienced his entire life. Well, it is. You could trust your dad on that. Well, what was his largest stone? How many millimeters or whatever it was his largest stone? And then I also got an infection because of that too. Speaking of that, I was hoping I'd get my lab test back, but because of the All Souls and then a pending storm, the diagnostic center I go to in Bantayan has been closed. And normally they would send it in my email to me and I could make a hard copy of it. If it was open, I could go down there and get a hard copy, but I went to get exactly for that too, urinalysis, to see. I had another infection that happened, not bad, just happened to be, some hazy cloudiness in there, which indicated some bacteria. So this doctor I see in Benton, he said, okay, I'm going to put you on this lovely antibiotic again. And I was on it for 10 days. He said, well, go and get another test after 10 days. Well, I waited more than that, 15, 16 days. And recently got another urinalysis so I could test if that antibiotic worked, because you don't want to get infection in your kidneys and all that. I mean, they get shut down. It's a serious issue when it comes to your kidney, any organ really in the body. I mean, let's just, but he never mentioned the various sizes. Various, yeah. I think I had one in my kidney, but the big one was in my urethra. You don't want it in there, trust me. Mm-mm. Well, you don't want them, period, but you don't want one to be stuck in the urethra. Yeah, that was a bad place. And I had to get that lithotripsy, to ground it out into small particles that could be passed. So, yeah, fun, fun, fun. Imagine wearing a stent. I even showed my stent online. People couldn't believe it. I mean, they had that up your... yeah, they did. Which, by the way, was extraordinarily uncomfortable. I had to keep that in there. I had a couple of months I had that stent. It was to keep the urethra open, to flow for urine and all that, to keep it open. I don't even like talking about this because I really don't want to. Well, yeah, serious shit. One of my stepdaughters, and I do call them stepdaughters. I may not be married, but technically they are. She has only one functioning kidney. She's got both her kidneys, but she has only one functioning kidney, and she's really got to watch it. I don't think, Filipinos, they don't always follow the guidelines. It's just Uncle Frank mouthing off about health issues, whatever. But, I get to the point, where I don't mind giving advice to people, but if you're not going to take my advice, then, you're on your own. And we got Hyundai. Hey, Frank, there's a new rumor going around. They said you had a... Really? When did that happen? No truth to that. Nor is there any truth that I had died. Nor is there any truth that I went to Malaysia. Hope that answers your question. People have nothing to do with their time but to make up rumors. Maybe it's wishful thinking on some of these people. Maybe that's what it is. No, I assure you my health is pretty good. Yeah, from all points. In fact, I'm testing my AC1 for the glucose, which I haven't done in a long time. Never had a problem with that. I'm waiting for that report too. I can't get it because, the labs are closed down and they got my report somewhere, I don't know. No, there's no truth to that Hyundai. And I'm not dead, obviously. I'm here doing a live show this morning, so I'm not dead. I didn't have a stroke. Do I sound like I had a stroke? Same voice. I could use my arms. Oh, my tea. There we go. So I hope I've answered questions on that. There's always going to be a rumor flying around about somebody or something. That's just the way it is on here. I think you know that very well. You wouldn't know if there's something happened to me anyway, because it's not like Guild is going to advertise it on YouTube. Oh, Frank, something happened to Frank or something. No, that you wouldn't know about it. You just will see that I haven't been on, and that's why rumors start. Because, well, Frank, you kidding me? He was off YouTube for over 3 months. I still don't know how long it is I was off. I don't even remember. Because historically, I always came back after a short period of time. So they figure, well, Frank's going to be back. Frank's back. But then the rumors started, well, I think he died or something or whatever. Or he's in jail or something. Well, it's no to all the above. Regent says, speaking of strikes, did you see that video floating around of Peckerwood walking? No. He will be using a walker and mobility scooter by next year. What video is floating around about Peckerwood? He don't even do shows, does he? I mean, I don't even know what the name of his wife Ruby's show is. I don't go there. I don't even know what his wife's show's name is. She's probably still doing TikTok stuff, I imagine. No, Peckerwood has been out of the equation for a long time. I don't, even back then I never went to his show, hardly ever. Where did he do a video and he was showing people that he had a hard time walking or something? Or I don't know, man. Good old karma. Some people deserve it, some people don't. Some people are borderline in deservings of such, but I still, even Peckerwood, I don't really wish any illness on him either. I'm not going that route just because they're troublemakers. Historically, it doesn't mean that I want something bad to happen to him. As I wouldn't want anything bad to happen to myself. And as I said, I'm big on karma. I believe in it, so I really don't want to wish ill. And even our boy in jail, I don't even want to wish that bad on him. So, faith takes its course, and, whatever happens to people according to how they take care of themselves or otherwise, or freak circumstances of getting some disease or something, or some bacterial infection that kills them or whatever. I mean, I'm not in control of any of that. Being, of course, in prison is it's a very conducive atmosphere to get sick with something. Okay. So this was on Discord? You said you saw it on Discord. It's a recent video of him walking with his son. He's very frail now. Can't stand or walk for so long. Well, he never looked healthy to begin with. He's kind of tall and lanky, and always looked a lot older for his age. So your appearance could say a whole lot about somebody's health. I'm anything but frail, although they like to use that word on me. I'm anything but frail. But he was always kind of tallish and lanky, and you say a lot about that, actually, by appearances, you know. Just like, Jim, he's, there goes the dogs, they see the German Shepherds. Regis says, I actually think he lies about his age. I think he's much older than he claims. I've always thought that. Or he just looks old for his age. I don't know. Whatever one it is. Shit comes back on you, man. You wish ill on other people and then shit winds up happening to them. I see it all the time. How many YouTubers have passed away, inclusive of Fazio and other people, Ed Lippitt and different people who are very adverse to me. And there's always been something happening to these people. Call it karma? I don't know. According to what you believe in. He's still married to Ruby, I guess, huh? Well, I don't know if they ever actually even got married, to tell you the truth. But, that's his gig. It's not mine. He just needs to take care of himself better. I don't even know what he's living on. He's got a regular Social Security or something. I don't know. He's got some talent, though, on the strings. I've seen a few things of his. I wasn't really that impressed with it, but I think he has the capability of. What does he play? What do you call that? It's not a regular guitar. Anyway, don't matter. But yeah, he's got some talent, but he's got to use his talent in some positive ways. And yeah, when you get too much time on your hands, that's when you get too involved with the bullshit on here. And most of the people that are involved with the bullshit maybe have too much time on their hands. Shit, I got time on my hands, but I'm not going around attacking a bunch of people. I'll talk about channels here and there as it applies when I find something to be quite fascinating or absurd or something. And we'll talk about it. It's never stopped me before. Probably never will. But yeah, there's a lot of shit going on besides the storm coming in. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to buy another propane bottle because I'm like a guy that sometimes waits for the last minute to do anything, Yeah, I'd love to see that video actually of him. I don't know where I can see that. I don't go on Discord. Hyundai says it looks like Trixie's going to America. They got all their paperwork. They just got to go for the interview at immigration. So I guess. Oh, okay, Trixie. I guess Ren and Trixie will be together. Well, that was the ultimate goal anyway, for Ren to go out there and secure a job again, because he didn't pay much into Social Security. So he has to work. Because if he was ever going to go back to live in the Philippines, he's going to need to live on something when he gets retirement age. And I don't think he has a lot of work. Well, I don't think he has enough work behind him. So I think he had to go to work. But I think Trixie laid the law down. I call her Trixie, but well, whatever, that's her name. But a lot of people call her Trixie, and I understand why. But yeah, but she, it was obvious to me that that was a plan. That's what they all do. And she probably forced Ren to work because he was sitting on his ass all day drinking Red Bull from when he got up in the morning. And she's been basically supporting his ass all this time. So she put her foot down is what she did. Yeah. And probably saved his life too. Well, he's probably still drinking like a fish, but not as much because he has to work. He can't drink during his work hours. So maybe that's saving his life. I don't know. Regent says, I think Ren will work in the U.S. just long enough to collect Social Security. Then he will be back in the Philippines. Well, I kind of thought that was their plan because she talked about wanting to have a house out here in the Philippines and all that. So it's quite possible. How old is Ren now? I don't even know his age. He's 50-something, right? It's been a while. God, everything's getting old around me. I'm getting old. That's quite possible. So work till 62 if he's still in good health anyway to come back to the Philippines. But yeah. So where's he supposed to be working now? Is he a security guard or something like that? Didn't he work for Amazon or something or some shit like that? What was he working for? I thought he was working for Amazon. Maybe he was doing security. Well, they say if you can't qualify for anything else in your life, do security. Well, time will tell. Yeah, it's look how much time is going by. When did Fazio die? I told you, I don't really keep track of time that well. It just flows by. Like I said, I can't believe my brother, as of this coming March, will be dead for 2 years. My friend Larry, that might be going on a year. I just don't have a sense of time anymore. I really don't, because time is seemingly going by so fast. You thought Ren was selling oranges on the corner somewhere in San Jose. I don't know. Does Chixie talk about it or anything, what he does? I thought I heard he's doing security guard work or some shit like that. Yeah, he's in California. Well, I'll call this his wife because he is married now. She was always upward bound, you know what I mean? Wanting to get to another level in life. But the problem is if she keeps on eating the way she does, she's going to develop diabetes or something. Believe me, I know, because I met her on several occasions. And she was thin, slanky, she was not, the way she looks today. But when they were in their heyday and their show and people were sending in gifts to them, chocolates and candies and gummies, and every single time I seen her on the camera, her mouth was moving. Unbelievable. That's what happens if you're stagnant and you're eating a lot, and especially what you're eating. And she eats a lot of sugar, so I would not be surprised if she's at least pre-diabetic. But you see, that's not my problem. But yeah, she was on the skinny side, sort of, and she morphed into something else, because she is different looking. Nobody always stays the same. I don't look 30 years old anymore, I look in the mirror and I said, fuck, is that what I look like? Maybe I should wear fucking sunglasses all the time. Maybe, fucking A. Regent says, she seems tall. Yes, she is. Towers over Ren. Yes, she does. Hyundai says, just wait till Trixie gets to America. She's going to triple her weight. Yeah, that's a shame. More opportunities for different foods and everything else. She'll be trying this and trying that and all that. I don't know what her weight was when I met her, but she was thin, I can tell you that. And yes, she is taller than Ren. He's short. Yeah. Oh, he probably has a different look now for his job. I don't think he has his long hair and may not even have a beard anymore. But no, he does. He'll always maintain a beard. He's got a big old, it's a burn scar or something on his left cheek. And he has a beard basically to cover that scar. See, my memory's coming in now on that. So that's why he sports a beard. We got some very anxious YouTubers out there, such as 8 Miles From Home. It was right in Surigao on the beach. They went through this shit before. Don't think it's going to be as bad as it was before that he experienced. The winds were really high. I don't know, up to 185 or something. I don't know what they were when he experienced the last storm. But nevertheless, there's a lot of people in preparation. Right now, it's just kind of a white sky, and it's going to be moving in here by tonight and definitely by the morning. I expect some leaks because we haven't had a chance to fix the gutters. We're supposed to go around with a sealant in all my gutters. I had problems with my gutters too, and they were brand new in Hawaii. They didn't fit it right. They didn't angle it right. They used to be standing water and stuff, which is not good. And I used to have to pressure wash my gutters all the time because they were black after a while, leaves and stuff that get in there. And Regent says, I wonder if Ren was Ace or Pirate, essay or Pirate for Halloween. Probably more of a pirate for Ren, yeah. Well, he used to, he had his boat. He had the pirate flag on there, Those were the days, man. Those were the days. But don't listen to rumor, because I was off for a bit, and for me that was a long time, and right away the rumors were starting that I died, or they hope I died, or I got arrested, or I got thrown out of the country, or some crap like that. The rumors start flying all the time. But the fact is, when you don't come on for a while, people do wonder why. I have a local guy here that lives in Santa Fe, relatively new channel, and he had just gotten monetized a while back, and he was doing regular shows. And all of a sudden, his videos are still there. He seemed gung-ho, into possibly making some money on his show and building it up, but all of a sudden, it's been 4 months, and he has not been on. And yeah, it makes me wonder too. I've tried writing comments on his show, but got nothing back, and I don't see any other comments on there from anybody who's asking him, hey, where you been, dude? Some people just disappear, He had just gotten married, but he was doing shows, certainly after he was married, about Filipinas, what to look out for, they're going to take your money, this and that. He was doing all these shows, and maybe that's exactly what happened. She married him to get the status of being married to a foreigner, which they love to do, by the way. It's possible. But yeah, it does, hey, I admit it, it does get people's curiosity when somebody who posts so often, even when I was posting every single day, if not how many times a day, then all of a sudden a period of time goes by and you don't hear hide nor hair of the person. Of course you're going to be thinking, gee, I wonder what happened with him. And that's how the rumors all start. Regis says, actually, Frank, everything you said the last couple of years, especially regarding the case, in time was proven to be truthful. In what respect? Everyone else was proven to be liars. Well, as I said, and I'll still say it, I don't want to really get into all the legal shit, but she was wrong to put that complaint on me. It was not warranted. It really wasn't. She doesn't think of the ramifications, or maybe she does. How it affects me, how it could affect my girlfriend, my life, my stepkids, all that stuff, It was wrong. But, we're not over with that yet, so we're going to see what happens. She may have a surprise herself afterwards, legally. We're just playing it by ear right now. So, let's put it this way. I think it was 17 months till she put her complaint in. It wasn't until before March that they put a hold on me. I put a spell on you. Remember that song? Well, I put a spell on you. So basically, I'm kind of a prisoner in this country in a sense. Because they don't want to move their butts to get this resolved. Oh, just the updates you would give in time was all proven to be true. You mean in my favor or her favor? Well, you can't believe half the shit you hear on YouTube. But no, she did wrong. It was wrong no matter how you look at it. I understand that, she wanted to have a future with the hunch. And they weren't very happy about the situation of him having to be incarcerated all this time, and they just felt there was a situation where we got to get revenge somehow, some way. And that's exactly what happened, actually. At what cost to me? At what cost to her? Because she's been stressed out of this whole thing. She thought they were going to make a resolution on this a long time ago. She started drinking. I don't know if you guys know that. I can't go to her show. I don't know reason. I could punch it in. Unless someone sends me a link is the only way I could go on her show. I haven't followed it lately because I can't get to it. But I know, as a fact, because I've seen a lot of her videos or shorts, and she was really getting into drinking. So she must be really stressed out. See, karma works in different ways. She's really stressed out about her situation with Barry, the impossibility of making it happen. She was stressed out because she was not getting any positive information back in regards to immigration making a resolution on her report. That's what's going on. And she took to drinking. I know it is a fact because I've seen it. It's not made up stuff. If you follow her at all, you'll see how she kept on talking about drinking and dealing with this, and then she's in the store buying bottles, and then she's doing a little soliloquy about the idea of drinking, and that's her gig, man. Whatever. I don't really wish well on her. Don't wish any bad ill, but I'm not very happy what she did, and obviously, and Gilda's not very happy what she did. You think it hasn't put stress on me? Of course it has. Let's see. She made a post about 2 months ago claiming I see. Yeah, she broke up. It said single again. Yeah, she broke up with Obama. This week she made a post that she wants to help him and to send donations. You don't know what to believe, man. Someone on Discord messaged her and she said, to send her donations directly to her and not to Obama, PayPal. Interesting. Well, because she knows that, and everybody else knows that any donations to him is not going to go to where it's supposed to go. So historically, we've proven that. I can't even believe that she's even broken up with him. I don't even buy that either. I mean, it makes no sense to try to hold on a relationship when he's going to be deported eventually and permanently blacklisted because he's now considered a felon. He's never going to be able to come back in the country again. His situation is a lot different than anything that happened to me as far as if I got deported or something. I don't think it's going to be a permanent blacklist. I didn't do any felonies, okay? This is just a complaint made against me. I didn't commit any felonies or anything like that. So if I got deported, it would be just a set amount of time, but it would give me an opportunity to experience another culture. Remember, I don't travel much. You take lemons and you make lemonade out of it. She dressed up in high heels and a black miniskirt in the post where she asked for donations. I'm not exaggerating. I can't search. I can't get on her channel. So what about the case with Shaw? Is that all over with? No, I said it's not over with. I'm just talking about that. You're not listening. No, it's not over yet. Immigration is just procrastinating. I can't tell you what's going on with that with immigration. I can't talk about that on here. I got a good idea why it's taking so long. Yeah. But my lawyer had to put in a special type of request, and basically by American slang, it's basically saying that you need to shit or get off the pot. Of course, it's unconstitutional, even for me, even in this country as a foreigner, that it's unconstitutional. They would let something like this lag for so long. And believe it or not, if you live in this country, you do got constitutional rights. No, she deserves whatever she's going to get with karma. I'll tell you that. No, I'm not happy with her. Obviously, I can tell you right off. I'm not happy with her at all. And neither is Gilda, and she's a Filipina. No, we're not. Oh, sorry, I had a slight disconnect on here for a second. I'm very happy about it. Couldn't be happier. Because if anybody deserves what he's going through, he does. He did it all himself. Always trying to put the blame on me. Well, yeah, I was behind him getting incarcerated, absolutely. But what did he do to get there? He didn't want to abide by the laws. He wanted to be a dick all the time. And again, you just don't call somebody that special name. I don't care who you are. I will stick up for anybody on here. Even Ricky. For all I know, Ricky's not a pedo, but Jim was calling him a pedo, and it's on, and I'm sure Ricky's got the video. You just don't call somebody that. Just because you don't like him. You don't do that, man. Hey, Aloe, what's going on? Aloe, my main man. People wonder about me and Aloe. Some people say, well, Frank, he's done so much wrong with you. For some reason, I don't know why, I actually like Aloe. Despite all the shit that went down the pike in the past, Aloe just likes to play around a lot. He does go overboard, obviously, but it's just really hard to say. I mean, in light of some of the stuff he's done in the past, I don't understand myself sometimes. And I think, why do I have any kind of a liking for Aloe? But I don't know. Go figure. Yeah. Yeah, we're just preparing for the storm, sort of, around here, Aloe. We'll get hit pretty good over here, I think, from what I understand. It may not turn into a super typhoon, but it's going to be enough to have more rain than you ever want to see. And flooding, bad enough, man. I mean, this country is like, everything is being loosened up. There's going to be more landslides because this has been a really rainy season. More than I've seen since I've been out here. Aloe says, I just read it in the news. I think the Versailles is going to get, well, it is going to get hit. We may get like a Category 2. It may go to a Category 3 over here. But there's going to be intense rains going on, that's for sure. There will be some wind. It's not going to be another Odette, but even they're saying that you just never know. Yeah, while the stores are open today, I've got to get some propane. I thought this thing was going to run out about 2 weeks ago, but we kept on using it. I said, this cylinder's like empty, man. The gauge ain't working right on there, so I wasn't able to tell what level of propane was in that tank. But yeah, schools are suspended. That's why, her, I don't know if they're going to be able to come. Her 2 kids are coming. The one that lives here, Kai, the young one, who's been in Cebu for 3 weeks or however it's been, to be with family there. And the second oldest daughter, she's bringing him back. They were going to come on Tuesday, but they can't. So they're going to try to get, maybe perhaps will be the last ferry coming into Santa Fe. So they're going to be here today unless they just, and we got to get more current information on whether they've already shut down the ferry system. Yeah. Yeah, they are suspended. How you doing, Al? Where are you now? You said you were going somewhere else. But I like to just cap it off what we were talking about. It's not my favorite subject, what's going on with that complaint and all that. Realize something, folks. It was a complaint. It's not a case, okay? But she's trying to make me look like I'm an undesirable. Let me tell you something. Compared to most foreigners in this country, I'm the least thing but being undesirable. Because personally, I know accolades expected or anything. I'm not rubbing my chest. I have helped people out here. More than most people know. I'm very generous when I got it. I'm very compassionate to the people. I'm compassionate to the animals. I don't hit my girlfriend. I think I'm a decent guy, but if you listen to YouTube, you think I was like #1 enemy in the world. Public enemy #1. But this is YouTube. But I don't deserve the entitlement of an undesirable. So far from that to be true. So far from that. Aloe says her complaint is complete rubbish. I know it is. But, now let's see. March 4th was the last, although they got me down as far as YouTube saying that it's like a year or whatever. No. March 4th ended the last visa. They actually allowed me an extension. That's why I got it. And I got it, and it was off on March 4th. It's administrative in nature. It's not that I was not willing to pay. They know that. My lawyer knows that. None by my hand. It's not like Barry, who purposely didn't pay. I don't have a choice in the matter, which really sucks. Regent says, I still have no clue how her complaint got that far. You made a point there. You made a very good point. How did it get there? This is chicken shit stuff, It's not like what Barry did. This is chicken shit stuff. It's chicken shit. So, yeah. No, but March 4th was the expiration of the last. But hopefully this all gets straightened out. The whole damn community supported. Yeah, and why? Because she's a woman? Why? Why would they support her? Most people don't like Barry. Why would they support her? And if you really think about it, look, I never claimed to be a priest, okay? I've had my moments on YouTube, of course. And we all do. But not to be, for somebody trying to get me deported. For what? Is it undesirable? Undesirable why? Come on, we got people on here. Look at fucking, I don't have to name names. You know who the people are on here. Those are the people that deserve to be fucking deported. Aloe says they use Shaw to get even with you. It's really easy to understand. Yeah, exactly. It's revenge. And my lawyer put that in a report. They got more paperwork on this that they don't understand, and they can't put two and two together. I don't know what to say. Yes, there is something fishy about this. You're right. Whether there's some payoffs going on, I have really no idea. I can't say for sure. So, disclaimer, I don't know, but anything's a possibility. Because this is a chimsy, flimsy little report. And, the documents that she did it with, there's nothing there. Not much of any video submitted at all. If I were to read you, and I don't have it in front of me, read you a report, everybody's probably seen it, it just doesn't measure up to any reality. Yeah, Alice says it's the usual suspects behind the scene. Oh yeah, like Big E says he wasn't involved with this and all that, financing her, because where was she going to get the money to get a lawyer? Or maybe her brother knows a lawyer or something because he's a barangay guy and all that stuff. I don't know, but he had some financial backing. And Ricky says that he didn't contribute to this at all and all that. But somebody did, obviously. Obviously. Where would she get the money for that? From Barry? I don't think so. But it's just not right. Gilda has feelings too. She don't want to have to see me leave the country if that ever happened. But, there are stages to fight this if it ever did happen. Of course, it's going to mean more money coming out of my fucking pocket, but whatever. It is what it is. Court of Appeals and all that stuff, even the Board of Secretary. We'll do whatever we have to do. And more. Because what she did and what she's putting me and Gilda through is not right. So I think there has to be some recourse on this involving her. Because my lawyer already has it down with immigration that she was harboring him throughout this whole immigration avoidance, and that basically her reports are false, perjury. It goes all the way down the line. So she wants to play with fire, will create a bigger fire. Unfortunately, that's the way it has to work. She didn't want to remove her complaint, but it's got her to the point that she's now drinking. Now, I'll put a disclaimer on there, but I don't really need to. By observation, and I want you to hear me, by observation of her shows, she was promoting her drinking. She was even giving little soliloquies about her drinking, pondering why she should drink and that she needs to calm her nerves. She was showing herself buying liquor in the store. She talked about her drinking. So, karma works after all. She's all nerved out and she deserves to be. She's all nerved out and she deserves to be. She's upset because it's taking like 17 months since she first filed her complaint, and that there's been no action on her complaint. So she's all nerved out because she's also worried about the backdraft of all this. What's going to happen with her? Yeah, Aloe says she is trash. That's my personal opinion. A woman who actively supports a guy like Barry is trash. Just reading your comments. You gotta be careful everything I say these days. I think I learned my lesson on what to talk about and what not to talk about in this atmosphere. Yeah. That's your personal opinion. I'll accept it. Yeah. But it's not right. How would you like to live in purgatory? Because that's exactly how I'm living right now. I'm living in purgatory right now. I walk around town. I don't worry about nothing. Nobody's coming to my door to arrest me or anything like that. It's just another day for me. But because this thing is unresolved, it does get kind of stressful. End it. Make up your mind, good or bad. Good or bad, make up your fucking mind. And even if they did, perchance, wanted to deport me, it's not going to be any kind of permanent blacklist. Not from that complaint. Not even remotely. And if that did happen, shit, go explore another culture. Don't forget, as I've said before, I was separated from Gilda about 14 months when the COVID came. We just stayed in touch. No problems. I seen everything that was going on around the house, the dogs, everything, our daily activities. Just another day in paradise. Just a different paradise. Let's see, Aloe says, the sad thing is once Barry goes home in a few years, he will dump her. Maybe then she will realize she was supporting the wrong guy. Quite sad. Well, it's saving face, Aloe, because when a Filipino says that they're in a relationship with a foreigner, that's a big thing. Even a scumbag like him. Still, he's a white guy, he's a foreigner, and he didn't make much money per month, but he did make something. Whether he's been getting this money all this time, I just can't see how. And you're a pretty intelligent guy, Aloe. How is he getting it? Because if you're in jail for something, they stop your disability benefits. So the question is, what is he living on? Any idea about that? What is he living on? Even to buy supplies in jail. What is he living on? I don't think people are giving him money unless they're doing it on the side and keeping it very QT. I don't know. I really don't. But, he deserves whatever comes his way. Now, if you want to listen to Big E and Mick Fisher and people like that, they feel very sad for Barry. A bunch of bullshit. For what he's done to people, they would only wish him more time in jail. It's not just me that he's done shit to. There's a countless number of people that he has harmed financially and otherwise, one way or the other. He is what you can be labeled as an undesirable. There is no question about that. There is none. None. He will never change. That's the sad thing, too. He doesn't know how to change. Barry will never change. Then he asks that question, why does she want him in the first place? Well, first of all, the saving face thing, she doesn't want to tell her friends. And initially, she never told anybody that he was in jail. And if you didn't notice, her family, most of them did not even know. Maybe her sister knew. Did not even tell anyone that he was in jail. She told her friends and all that he was working in America. I tell you, your opinion is welcome on here, Aloe, as anybody else's opinion is. But I'm just saying that what she's doing is not right. And you're not going to get the trolls to agree with me. All they want to see is something bad happen to me. Then he asked the question, why? What is it that they got against me? Because what? Although I didn't have a shitload of subscribers through the years, I had a very successful show on a small level. Spoke my mind. A lot of people agreed with me, even the trolls, but they would never admit it. What did I do to anybody other than putting Barry in jail? And why would they support him? I think, they're happy about what I did with him legally. But they just don't want to admit it. Regent says, guys like Ego don't feel sorry for Obama. They use his situation to remain relevant in some weird way. Ego just wants the attention. Yeah, that's kind of what I've gathered. He knows what Barry did, but he's taken this road, him and Mick Fisher, kind of taking the road. That's why Mick Fisher met up with me. He was trying to, one way or the other, convince me to drop my case or whatever against Barry. And I said, that ain't going to happen, Mick. And, you have to agree with Mick, right? And Mick is real tight with Big Ego. And, of course, they're going to support each other on their opinions about this situation. They will feel that, no, Barry has served too much time. I don't think he served enough time, to be honest with you. And according to subsidiary punishment, as long as he doesn't pay, they're going to keep him in there. There is a limit, though. I think 2.5 years, according to 8 pesos per, well, the fine was 250,000 to the court, 250,000 to me. And the way the wording comes out is that his imprisonment will last, it's 8 pesos per day or something like that, with a total maybe of 2.5 years of imprisonment. Then they could let him go. Yeah. Regis says he's using that figure, 2,500, claims that's all he needs to get out of prison. That's not necessarily true. Yeah, he would be in there for 40 years normally. For what he owes me in the court, you're talking 40 years, but they don't do that. They have to have a limit on time, and it's like 2.5 years according to what he owes. So he's certainly going to be in there for Christmas. Would it be the third Christmas, I guess, I'm thinking. How much longer? And I don't know if they're going to consider time served in Bikitan, then in Bilibid. That dude won't even get $250 together. Well, that's his problem. Look, I'm not going to get rich on 250,000 pesos, okay? It's a good trade-off of him being in fucking jail than me not getting paid or whatever. It's a good trade-off. I don't mind. But he swears up and down that Frank ain't going to get a dime from me. Frank's an old man. He'll probably die before that happens, and I don't have to pay him. That's what he stated. I don't have to pay him the 250,000 pesos. He'll be dead, and I won't have to pay. And I said, well, I answered comments on there. I said, I may be 20 years older than you or whatever, but I'm probably in a lot better health than you're in. So don't hold your breath, I told him. Yeah, he screwed over his own family. This is a guy who abuses his own family. Of course, Alice says, of course they won't bail him out. He came on there one time, I want to thank my family and friends and the whole video and people for helping me out. Of course, a boy who cried wolf. Nobody wants to help you out when you bite the hand that feeds you, and that's what he did many times. People who tried to help him out, he utilized the money for other purposes, and he's done that historically. Nobody trusts on giving him money. But like I said to Big E on some comments or whatever, and on my show, if you really believe that Barry spent too much time in jail, he's got a lot of money. It's pocket lint to him. It's pocket lint. Pay the money, even if it means Barry having to pay me the $250,000. If he believes in Barry's cause or would like to see Barry out, then put your money where your mouth is. That's what I say. MLSO says Barry's living conditions are better in hell than being free. I think he likes it in jail. Well, he's acclimated to it, apparently. No, I don't think he's happy in there. No, I don't think. Those are really bad conditions. I wouldn't be happy either, my friend. I wouldn't be happy either. I'm not going to lie to you. I wouldn't be happy either. That's why I'm going to fight this thing, no matter how long it takes. Oh, I'm not happy with it. Hear it in my voice. You know I'm not happy with it. She did me wrong. They both did me wrong, and they're paying for it. Barry, fortunately, is paying for it. She should be in jail. She should be in jail. She should be in fucking jail. But, as I said, it's taken a toll on her. She's drinking these days, proven by her videos. Nothing illegal about what I'm saying at all. Proof. I got the videos where she's drinking a lot and admitted that she's taking the drinking to deal with the stress and this and that. We've seen them all. I've got those videos. Okay, let's see. I'm a loser. Well, hello. Good to find your channel again, Frank. Barry is exactly where... Barry is exactly... Why is this not... Exactly where he deserves to be. She should be there as well. Yeah, people share my opinion on that too. It's just plain fucking wrong. You know? Look, I've had my moments on YouTube. I certainly have, being reactive, getting caught up in that vortex. But no, I don't deserve to be deported. Not even remotely. I'm an asset to this country and things I've done for people. And you don't know everything I've done. You have no clue. Hey, I've been taken advantage by Filipinos big time. We were taken advantage of for 2.5 million fucking pesos by a Filipina that we trusted. Okay? We've had wrong done to us. That has not been resolved. I'm tired of dealing with all this legal shit. That's now going to be a civil case. But, yeah, well, I've been taken advantage by, we certainly have. I've taken my knocks out here, let me tell you that, since I've lived out here. There's no doubt about that. Yeah. Why don't I get rid of this arrow here? Here we go. He just does not admit how miserable he is in there. For obvious reasons. He does not want to appear as the loser in this battle. Well, it's too late for that. He lost the battle. I'm a loser says, absolutely, Aloe. Barry just wants to act like he's winning for some reason. Well, that's because of his cockiness. Barry will never admit to wrong. I really didn't want to get into all this legal shit, but since we're hitting it, get it out of my system anyway. And we got 15 out here. It was pretty good. He just doesn't want to admit to his wrong. He never will. He never will. That just ain't going to happen. It's not in his brain and heart, and he will never admit to wrong. That's why nobody's supporting him too. His family gave up on him a long time ago. And by the way, when he does get deported, it's not over. I don't know if they have to send him back to Alabama. Well, I know they have to send him back to the United States. They're just going to send you back to the country you came from, not necessarily Alabama, unless you can make a special request, but I don't know. Aloe says, the Obama supporters will claim victory once... There's no victory. There ain't no victory. They will claim victory once Barry gets out. It's ridiculous. The battle is over. He lost. They lost. They lost big time. Yes. And Regent says, all his perks have been removed. Scheduled phone time. Yeah, or else he'd be doing regular live videos. No outside food, no visitors. I don't know about that. And surrounded by all those mainland Chinese. De Winter says they claimed they could get him out there in a month or two. That was like, what, 2 to 3 years ago? Immigration lawyers, blah, blah, blah. All bullshit, complete bullshit, Aloe says. I'm a loser says, has it been almost 3 years? It's been locked up. It's getting close. It's getting close. Well deserved. I couldn't be happier. I could not be happier. And people act like I did something wrong. But I'm sorry, man, but I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Because you just don't call somebody that name. But it's, once or twice or whatever, you're pissed off, you get mad, you call somebody a name. I've done a few things myself. But the difference is, and please note this, that the difference is this was going on for years, publicly. How many of my peers or anybody have seen that and they're thinking I'm a fucking pedophile or something? That's not healthy. It's not good. You could even get killed, people thinking you're a fucking pedo when you're not. It's not good. So that's why he deserves every fucking day that he's in jail. Alice says this dude will not see the U.S. before 2030. Nah. See this, I don't know. I'm not totally, 100% on this, but from what I read, they go by a formula of how much you owe and how much time, subsidiary time, because he didn't pay his fines and all that. I don't think it could go beyond, according to the mathematics of this, about the 8 peso per day or something, or whatever, however that works, I don't know. 2.5 years. So if they want to include the time already served, and I don't mean the time served in Mandawi, no, it's going to be from Billy Bid to where he's supposedly at now. Well, no, it's going to be Bikitan that he spent a month or so. Then it's going to be Billy Bid, Montalupa prison, where I guess that's where he's at. They may include that time, but still, he's going to have a lot of time. I think, Loser says, I think you're correct, Aloe, about that, how long he's going to be in. He did this all to himself. He was too stupid to stop, yeah. No, that's where he supposedly got transferred to, Aloe, was Billy Bid. Yeah. Now, they could have brought him back to Bikitan. There was a problem with, overcrowding and stuff, but they had to figure where to throw him. No, he was in Montalupa, if that's the correct pronunciation of that, Billy Bid. I think he's still there. Bikitan, I mean, it's a possibility. They could have put him back at Bikitan, but either way, it's no, it's no paradise. He might be. As I said, I'm kind of out of the loop with this. It's like I don't seem to have the right to know where he is. But as long as he's incarcerated, people are safe. He's not going to screw up somebody anymore for money or business or a private individual or a Filipina. Both are bad. Both bad. Prison's bad in itself, especially in this country. I certainly wouldn't want to be in a situation like that. If that ever happened, I'd have to deal with it like anybody else would. I wouldn't have a choice. I wouldn't be happy. Obviously not. But there's a lot of considerations they make. It's my age and the fact that my family is being supported by me. So let's not get ahead of ourselves for those that are wishing bad to happen to me. Because there's a lot of things they have to take into consideration. My age and so forth, and that I'm being supportive. They're very pro-Filipino people, obviously, because they're the Philippines, they're Filipinos. They realize that I'm our bread and butter. We have a house. We have 2 children to take care of. They have that all in consideration. Yeah. But Bikitan is never great. Yeah, he could have wound up back over there. Yeah, he could have wound up back in Bikitan. Either way, it don't matter. It works good for me, him being back in there again. Works good for me. I can't stand that motherfucker, man, let me tell you. I cannot stand that motherfucker. He deserves everything that's going to be thrown on his plate. What is this I'm hearing about Peckerwood? Someone said on the show earlier, Alan, that he's walking with a walker or something. He can't stand up. That somebody showed some video. He showed a video, I don't know, on Discord or something like that. You know anything about that? And I think he's a lot older than he's told people is, because I always thought he looked a hell of a lot older. So I kind of wonder, I'm curious if Barry gained a lot more weight than he did, or if he lost weight from being in there. Because you could gain weight either way. If you're stagnant, I don't think Barry's going to come out looking like a Superman with all his pecs built up and his biceps. I really don't think that's the case. And I imagine he's had a lot of health bouts in there with flu or viruses and all kinds of shit going on. Because it's, it's prevalent, it's part of the unsanitary conditions in prisons like this. And I don't think his immune system is really strong. But whatever, man, whatever will be, will be. Que sera, sera, and all that. We still got 11 in the house out of 15. That's still good, catching the attention here. I'm glad you guys came aboard here. I'm glad you came aboard. Aloe says Barry will look like 10 to 15, let's see, 10 to 15 years older. People age very fast in there. And Regent says, that video of Peckerwood was posted on Discord about 2 weeks ago. He's very frail, huffing and puffing, just walking a few feet. Good old karma. I'm a Loser came in and said she posted that she's not with Barry anymore, but she's trying to help him because he's sick in there. No one's buying that. I don't buy anything either one of them says. Fuck that shit. They both deserve anything that comes their way. And yes, I don't wish well on her. Not for what she's trying to put me through. Look, whether you like me or not on here, if you dig deep enough, you'll understand that I didn't deserve this. To try to get someone to try to get me deported when I'm supporting a family here. It's more of a civil case, as my lawyer said, not anything that she's trying to do. And even so, the prerequisites for such doesn't exist. Good morning, dear.
No, good morning.
Huh?
It's not good.
What's wrong? She says, no, it's not a good morning. It's not good. Pending storm. Whoop, hold on a minute. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. Okay. That's funny, actually. You gotta love her. And I do. I really do. A lot of people talking very negative about the Philippines, but it's really not that bad, man. Yeah, fuck all this shit, the infrastructure and all that stuff. It's not a bad place. A lot of people are trying to down it. You know why they're trying to down it? Because they can't make it here. Okay? Because they can't make it here. Hey, I made it in New York. If you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. New York. Yeah, we are tough people in New York. Yeah, we are. By nature. Doesn't mean we're bad people, but, we don't take shit. And I never took shit from anybody, no matter how big they were. I don't give a shit. Even at the risk of getting my ass beat the shit out of. I could be a cocky motherfucker myself when it comes to situations like that. But the worst thing that could ever be done to me is somebody putting a hand on me. That is a sentence of no mercy to that other person. I'm very self-protective of myself. You'd have to actually kill me. Because I'd be on your ass for the rest of your life. And if you don't believe me, that's okay. I know who I am. I know what I'm capable of. More than you know. Let's see. I gotta read this. I found it funny, Regent says, that she's in a black miniskirt and high heels, and she walks for the money. What the fuck? Nah. Maybe she's enjoying herself. I don't know. Why do my messages come out? This arrow is always there, getting in the way. She's just as slick as he is. Okay. Let's see. Oh, you're in Leyte, loser. You got the place locked down. There's only so much we can do here, really. I don't have any direct trees right in front of my windows, really, but I got some big-ass ones on the side. No plywood on my windows, nothing. Nothing like that. We got 14 aboard here. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, Leyte is always having problems. A little concerned about uh, the house in Leyte that belongs to Gilda's mom. She's not living there. She's living in Cebu because she's being taken care of. She's bedridden. 89. But her friend or whatever, it's really sad, is living alone. And she's old too, and she got cataracts. She can't see. Don't have a TV or nothing in there. She's just existing. She wants to die. It's horrible. It's horrible. And she's in Leyte, and the ocean's right across the street. That house took damage before that big storm, if you remember. And she does have somebody that watches over her. But can you imagine just living your life alone, and you can't see, and you're old, and all you want to do is die? You don't have a bunch of people coming over to see you. It's just sad. I could understand where somebody just wants to die. I could understand that. Well, I've met her several times, of course. She's a nice woman. I've sat down and broke bread with her at the table there in Leyte. She's a good woman. But just like Gilda's mom, she's like 89-ish now, and she's been bedridden for like past 4 years or something. So Gilda's sister is taking care of her. It's a big responsibility. She don't get up for anything. She can't really even hold her head up in a wheelchair. I don't know how she's surviving this long, because she always holds her rosary beads. She's got her saint statue near her all the time. She's very religious. Good woman, yeah. She likes me a lot. And even though sometimes she has a lapse of memory on certain things, she still remains fairly sharp, but she always remembers me. Always knows, and she never forgets who I am. She even forgot sometimes who her own daughters are. But she always remembers me. Because whenever I visit her, I come in there and I hold her hand, and sometimes I take a cool rag, and I wipe her forehead for her, and, things like that. We always bring cake for her because she's always looking forward to having some kind of cake when we come over. She'll say, "Where's my cake? Where's my cake?" Really good woman. She's a really good woman. And how she's lived this long, I just really don't know. Yeah, it's sad, but getting older and getting ill, she had strokes. That's why she's in this position. Yeah. And no, I didn't stroke out. That was another rumor. But anyway, that's all the information I know of. And that's all I can really share on a legal matter. Immigration is holding back for a reason, and I'm not going to discuss that on here. Let's just say that I have a very good idea. Use your imagination. But disclaimer, I'm not saying they're doing something, but there's a reason why they're holding back. Okay? Hello? Mara, I can't pronounce your name. There's a reason why they're holding back. That's all I'm going to say. Use your imagination. Keep it to yourself. Okay? Now you know. Now you know. Yeah. Well, it is what it is. Oh, Mama-san. I remember Mama-san. I think she's been on my show before. Mama-san. There are certain circumstances, an eye for an eye. Certain circumstances deserve that. An eye for an eye. Look, you can't kill anybody, you know what I mean? You can't do that. And I certainly would never do that with anyone. I'd have to live with myself, despite how cantankerous the person is. I can't do that unless it's a life-threatening situation. And as I always say, fuck my age, man. People make a big thing about people's age, but the fact is, some people don't realize that some people are capable of defending themselves no matter what age they're at. what your height is or whatever. I mean, you know, in a situation like that, you're going to do whatever the hell it is to protect yourself. And I'm one of these people. A lot of these people don't even work out, and I do. There's nothing wrong with my heart. I'm not saying I have the propensity of, let's say, lasting, for a half hour of fighting with somebody. I don't. Absolutely not. But for the time being, in that first minute or two, that would be vital. I could inflict damage if I really needed to. I do know things. I'll put it bluntly. I do know how to defend myself, no matter how big or whatever my age is. It either works out or it doesn't work out, but I will inflict damage on somebody if I had to, if it means protecting myself. They're holding back as to not expose the fixer who fast-tracked all of this. Yeah, Mama-san, yes, before. 15 strong here, that's pretty good. I'm happy with it. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. I don't know the longevity of my channel. It's just like last time, and everybody figured, well, Frank can't last 72 hours. Well, I proved everybody wrong on that. I didn't have to come back on here. I had a wild hair, but it's proven that I could stay off YouTube for a very long time. I could even stay off permanently. The next stop probably would be more permanent. Yeah. It's just too much trouble. It's just really, let's be frank about it, okay? It's too much trouble on YouTube. Too many people have too many issues. They want to bestow their downfalls or shortfalls on other people on here. 16 strong, okay. Yeah. I put up with a lot, the past 10 years, whatever it's been, I've put up with a lot on here. You got to give me a little credit for my tenacity on here, because most people wouldn't have lasted that long. Regent says, Don C. was asking people for your new channel name. Oh, I thought he was up on everything. I thought Don C. was up on everything. Apparently not. That's another creep. I told you, man, I believe in karma. And I'll tell you what, karma's worked pretty well so far. I could name names and what happened to people and so forth, and karma's real. It's as real as it gets, my friends. It's as real as it gets. You still in there, Aloe? Aloe was hanging in quite a bit here this morning. Aloe's always welcome here. You know, I do forgive certain people on here. Aloe has been, he's not been a proponent of mine. But Aloe does have his lucid moments where he can be very civil. That's why I allow Aloe to come on my show. I think, Aloe is all for show, but I think in character, I don't think he's that bad of a person. He's done some pretty shitty stuff, obviously, but, in Aloe's case, I could deal with Aloe. I've always dealt with Aloe. Emails, other things, But there's some people yeah. Okay, he's still there. Good to hear that. So, I don't know how to sum this up. I mean, I don't want her to get away with what she did. And we're just playing it by ear as to where this goes. But when you think about it, she's doing her own suffering right now, because she's never, ever, 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 ever going to be able to tie up with Barry. It's never going to happen. She ain't going to make it to the United States. He's considered a convicted felon. That's right, pleaded guilty. He's now considered a convicted felon. And he will never, ever, 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 ever be able to come back to the Philippines. So it's over. And she has to understand that it's over, but she can't handle it. I don't know what her attraction is to Barry. I have no clue, maybe because he's white, I don't know. I have no idea. He's not exactly a gentleman and a scholar. I have no fucking idea. It's strange how people are attracted to each other. Maybe she likes the bad boy type of guys. There's some, chicks that like the bad boys. I don't know, it turns them on somehow. I don't know. Some women like a guy, maybe he's got a big schlong or something. I don't know. Barry claims he does. I don't really care to know. But whatever the reason or rhyme that she'd ever want to be with him, it is what it is. But I thought she would have woken up by now, because she knows at this point it's over. Aloe says she thinks that real love is to stick to your guy in bad times. Yeah, I understand that, Aloe, but it comes to a point you have to just, realize and wake up, come out of your coma, and realize that her life is going by, that she needs to go on with her life. Barry is not part of her future and will never be. It's times you got to wake up and smell the coffee and not the Copaco. You got to wake up and say, this is not worthwhile. I've invested too much in this guy and get nothing back. To each his own, I don't know how her mind thinks. Etzavino says to Aloe, hello there, you're still alive. Aloe's still alive and well. As I said, I could be forgiving to people. And even Aloe. And Aloe's done a lot of shit. He knows that. He knows I'm not, Aloe knows. But I don't know, in Aloe's case, I don't know why. But Aloe's been real to me a few times. I mean, Aloe knows the score, what's going on with everything. And for whatever reason, when it comes to him, I just really don't have a lot of animosity. I probably should, but Mama says has most of her videos done on lowlands of Cebu, not at her store in the mountain. Maybe she moved. Well, she does spend a lot of time in Cebu, obviously so. I don't care, but the fact is she's never going to be able to be together with Barry, and that's good enough for me. Touche. Karma, whatever. You made a fucking report on me? Well, now you got to deal with other factors in your life. That you're never going to be with Barry again. You're never going to be able to see him again. He's never going to be able to come to this country. So you're still proud that you put in that complaint on me, ma'am? Are you still proud about it? Does it make you feel good inside and, all warm inside? Yeah. There's ramifications to everything you do in life. That's why they call it karma. There are ramifications to every single thing that you do in your life. So, yeah. Yeah, I was up early this morning, 4:45 or earlier. Oh, yeah, and I got, jeez, I don't feel it now, but I got bit here near the shoulder this morning. Big time. Like I said, folks, we got these ants that come in. How's your toe? Didn't do a good job on the pedicure?
Remove already, but still pain.
Yeah, we had our manicure last night. And my toenails were long. But she always has an ingrown situation, which is constant, so always has to have a pedicure done all the time, Let's see. Now, the biggest thing on YouTube, of course, is the big... What's that?
Category 1.
She cut what?
Category 1.
Category 1 right now.
Earlier, 6 hours ago.
So is it going to get beyond the Category 1? Yeah. And we'll see tonight, actually, folks.
No ferries running.
Oh, no ferries today?
Last night, no ferry running.
Oh, so they're definitely not coming today, that's for sure. They're not going to be able to be here well after Wednesday. Okay. Etzavino says, I feel Shaw should be locked up for a while for causing problems. Yes, she really should be, and I'd be happy as a clam, even more so than Barry. She had no right to do that at all. What, to impress him? What does she need to impress him for? That's bullshit. Impress him? Why? Look, wrong is wrong and right is right, and this situation is very wrong. She knows it. But she's paying the price, which I'm again, she is paying the price right now. She really wants to be with him that bad, and she can't. She's paying the price. She's taking the drinking, okay? And that's, from what I've seen, disclaimer here, for what I've seen on her videos, she certainly has. That's an observation, not a thought. So for legal purposes, I would say disclaimer, but I've seen it. And everything she talked about with drinking. So she is paying a price. She is paying a price. There's no doubt about it. And that's all right with me. And sure, I'm not fucking happy with this shit. I'm pissed. So I finally got Barry out of the way. He got what he deserved. It was a success story. It's good to have a success story here and there, isn't it? Barry's over with, gone. He pleaded guilty on his own accord. As I said, I didn't put a gun to his head and you got to plead guilty. He pleaded guilty because he knew he was, and the evidence was overwhelming. Bottom line. He didn't have a choice in the matter, but I didn't tell him. I didn't try to convince him to plead guilty. Now he's paying the price, but, there has to be a price for her to pay too. There has to be. There has to be. And who says that she's not paying the price right now in different ways? Well, the drinking. That's a sign. She's all nerved up. She's disappointed that, it's taken this long for them to try to make a decision on the matter of her complaint. She's all nerved up about this. She absolutely is. Touché. Touché. She deserves whatever comes her way as far as karma. Karma needs to be served. And it is in its own way. Look, I'll say this to everybody out there. You don't have to like any particular YouTubers. You're not forced to like anybody. You could turn off their channel. You could do, there's options and things that you can do. But the one thing you don't do, you don't label somebody as this or that. Oh, it's only words. You'll even hear Big E or Mick Fisher saying shit like that. Barry shouldn't be in jail because of some words. Well, I would normally agree with you if he just called you an idiot or something. Then you'd have to be thin-skinned. But you don't call somebody a fucking child predator. That's one thing you just don't do. You don't do it here in the Philippines. You don't do it in New York. You don't do it in Washington State. You don't do it in Hawaii. You don't do it anywhere. You don't like the guy, leave it at that. Don't watch his channel. Don't say anything. Okay? But you don't call somebody that. Oh, I got to go to jail because I called you a bad name. Yes, you did call me a bad name. But it's not just any name. That's the point. It's not just any name. You don't call anybody that. For 3-4 years. That's the big difference. We all get pissed off and we all say things that maybe we regret. But for 3-4 years or whatever it's been, to be on public social media and calling people such a name, that's not forgiving. I'm sorry if you disagree with me, and I don't really care what you think, really, but you don't do that. Let's see, Savino says, Barry can't shut up. I know he doesn't have the capacity. Aloe says, a Philippines jail, detention center, whatever you want to call it, changes you. It breaks you. It does something to you. I would imagine so. Mama San says, he said she will visit other countries so it's easier to get the United States visa, remember? She posted a video of travel to Korea. Well, what she's trying to do is to get some stamps on her passport to make it easier for foreign travel. Yeah. And what if she was able to go to the United States, which is nearly impossible, and immigration laws are getting really tight in the U.S. too. What is she going to do? He'd have to put her to work. She'd have to get a green card. You think he's going to work? He's going to do what he always did. Have somebody else support him. He already admitted he's going to use the system. He's going to go on, he's going to get Section 8. He's going to get food stamps. Nothing changes with this guy. Oh, I got a disability. Yeah, disability my fucking ass. Like I always said, if you could ride a motorcycle 100 miles, there ain't nothing wrong with your fucking back. If you could have some chick on your lap, fucking her on your lap, then there's nothing wrong with your back. Oh, bullshit, man. She can get a job at IHOP. Yeah, she visits her sister a lot in Manila. Now, her sister has a couple of bucks. I don't know how much, but her sister has a couple of bucks. And it's really interesting that the family hasn't even helped Barry. So much as, oh, Barry is family. They all love him. But they turned on him. They turned on him. His own family turned on him. People who used to donate to him turned on him. He's in no position, but he says, I'm just going to pay the court the penalty, but I'm not giving nothing to Frank. He ain't getting a peso off me. He ain't getting a dime off me. Yeah, well, enjoy your time in jail. That's what I say. Yeah, get a job at IHOP. Right. 16 strong in here. We're good with it. We'll give it a few more minutes on here, guys. Got any questions you want to ask me, go ahead and ask me. I got to figure what I want to eat for breakfast here. I'm probably going to have to go buy that propane tank this morning. The storm doesn't seem like it's going to let up. It's going to be, it could go as much as category 2 or 3 in my area. I can guarantee you it's going to be some heavy-ass rain around here. Major. And it might be quite blustery here, too. I worry about some of there's the internet lines and electrical lines, because there's trees that are kind of infringing upon them. That's one thing I got to worry about. Yeah. But, shit, man, what I should have done is I should have got a bunch of affidavits from people that know me and could testify and say, and have it notarized and say that I've been following this whole fucking thing for a long time. Frank never said those things to her. And I never did. Who out here, of the 16 people, whatever, 18 people listening on here, who could honestly say that you ever heard me call her a prostitute or a whore? I have asked this question before, and everybody said, I've never heard you ever call that ever. And they're right, because I never did, but she claims that on her complaint. She claims that. She didn't even put in any videos for any proof of anything. So how and why is the key question. Did immigration accept this complaint? That's what's in a lot of people's minds. Warm rain is okay. Well, rain is rain. How did immigration, what do you think on that, Aloe? How did immigration even contemplate, take this complaint? There's some kind of shenanigans going on here, that's for damn sure. There are people on here that do 20 times worse than, even if that was all true, what she said about me, which it's obviously not, but how many people have done a hell of a lot worse than that? Look at Ricky, the things he's done. Look at Jim. Look at a lot of these people on here, the things they've done. Ed Savino says, someone's palms were greased. Well, yeah, that's what a lot of people are thinking on this. And who's behind the financing on here? Well, who has money on YouTube that we know has money? Okay? Do your own math. Oh, sure, we got people out there that claim, I never helped her out. I never gave her anything. Well, we know that to be bullshit. We know that to be complete bullshit. They're not going to come out and say it. They don't want to be involved in all this, They don't want to be involved. Oh, you're cleaning the floor. I'm just going to figure out what I'm going to be eating soon here. Yeah, it could be, you could be right about that, yes. Because there's no way in the world they would have accepted that complaint. Come on, there's worse things going on with people out here, with foreigners, what they're doing and shit. A whole lot worse. This is just a fucking laugh a minute. It's a fucking joke in consideration of what some people do out there on YouTube. Some of these people should be locked up for 20 fucking years for some of the shit they did. But they want to choose me and kind of pull this crap on me, which is just total fucking bullshit. I don't dwell on this. I go about my day like I've done any, whether it was a complaint to me or not. Every day is the same to me. I'm not going to let it bother me that much where I'm going to not live my life. It's the same thing every day here. I do what I normally do. Basically, they make a decision and it goes from there. Good or bad about me, I'll deal with it. As I said, there is recourse to this. It's not over until the fat lady sings, remember that. And boy, am I going to sing when I get it my way. I don't think I'm dropping anything against her. I'm just waiting to see where this goes. She opened up a fucking proverbial can of fucking worms, and she's paying for it right now, I guarantee you. Yeah, the big boys of YouTube, yeah. Yeah. I know, they claim they have nothing to do with help, but she was not going to be able to raise the money for a lawyer. Unless her barangay brother or something knew a lawyer and did it, pro bono or some shit like that. Somebody would have had to have assisted her financially to get a lawyer to write that report up. Oh, they were throwing videos, and it has nothing to do with me and her. They were trying to use videos of mine, the more negative videos they could find. That's what they were doing. Yeah, that's exactly what they were doing. But everything has a beginning and everything has an end. And as I said, I'll deal with anything that happens. But I didn't commit such a horrible crime at all. And if I did, I mean, you just deal with it. But to get a label of undesirable, no, I don't deserve that. As I said, I'm no monk, I'm no priest, but no, I don't deserve this undesirable label that's so far-fetched. Yeah, Aloe says, of course, Ricky and Brevis. And he says the top assholes. Yeah, there you go. Oh, these people could be friendly sometimes. I've made comments on Big E's show, and he was very cordial to me and all that stuff. But behind the scenes, him and Mick hate me. And I don't understand about Mick. He came on a search mission, is what he did when he came to meet me. He didn't care to really meet me. He wanted to find information. And he was trying to get me to drop my case against Barry. But it didn't work. He didn't get his way, so he was upset with me. That's why Mick is so, defiant against me. And Mick has money. Probably more money than Big E. He might be behind all this. I don't know. I can speculate all I want, but yeah. Tommy, whatever. Tommy Wiseau, is there anything about Hawaii that you miss? Yeah, the beauty of it. Not the people. They're going through some hard times there right now, the economy. They're going through some really tough times. A lot of Hawaiians are moving out. They've been doing that for decades. They changed the name of the state. They pretty much gave up on their sovereignty issues, It's because they know it's never going to happen. So they like to call us fucking haoles and all that shit. But they're the ones that are moving out of Hawaii for opportunities. These are very people that said, born here, not flown here. Or defend Hawaii with a picture of an AK-47. Yeah, I had enough of that shit. And the drugs around Hawaii were terrible, very dangerous to live in. My own community that I left, a lot of crime going on there. You had rapists living there, killings, all kinds of crap. Hawaii died. It died. And it's now so expensive that tourism is also down too. Everything is worked good with timing with me. When I left New York and moved to Washington State, I was there a very long time. Then when I left there and went to Hawaii, the timing was just perfect. Because there were things that were going on in every one of those places I lived in that led me to make a good decision to leave. Yeah. Winter says, some gave money and others manipulated Shaw. And then there are some who contributed to it by forwarding information, sound bites, and clips. That's exactly what they did, Aloe, to make me look like an undesirable. But you have to prove that. They also know with the incurrence of AI, as my lawyers even put it, that you can't even trust what they submit. Now, immigration and the government itself they're slowly getting into the AI to understand it, coding and everything. I mean, they're far behind the knowledge of artificial intelligence and so forth. They're not expert in it. They're just kind of arriving into this, exploring and teaching their workers a little about it. But they better damn well investigate anything of anybody's report that they put in before they go put some ruling on somebody. Yeah. I know. There's been money. She wouldn't have the money herself to do this, Aloe. There's no fucking way. So all these people that says, the do-gooders out there, oh, I'm not involved with this. No, they don't want their name in it. They don't want the name of it. They don't want to be associated, but they're the financial backers. Shaw could not pull something like this off. I don't know. No, she couldn't. Yeah. Of course, there had to be outside help. There's no other fucking way. There's some people that are saying Frank's getting his way all the time. I want to see him rot in fucking hell. Well, I haven't done anything wrong. Not certainly warrant me to get deported, if that was the case. Not even close. Like I said, I'm not Mr. Perfect. I'm not the Dalai Lama. I'm not a fucking priest. But no, I don't deserve that. Yeah. But it is what it is. And all you do is you deal with it. And I'm dealing with it as best as I can. I'm not all nerved out. And I haven't been. I'm just very uncomfortable with the situation. Very uncomfortable with it. I'd understand if somebody deserves something, like Barry. But no, I don't deserve that. A phony complaint. And it's all been listed, all the paperwork to the immigration. A lot of rhyme and reason was given to immigration of why this was just an aggressive personal revenge because of her felony boyfriend. And don't forget, his name was mentioned on the paperwork too, as far as the counter affidavits and memorandums and all that stuff. He was a key figure in this to make immigration understand there was a reason and a rhyme that she put this report in. E.T. travels freely, is obsessed with you in a negative way. Well, whatever. Guy's a kook. I've got a lot of them out here. Psychologically impaired people on here. Why do they all gather in one place like this? It's amazing. The people, the players on here. God, look at Jim in Asia. I've never seen somebody that's so self-centered in my life. Mr. Muscle. Brawn but no brain. It's a big fighting going on between Ricky and Jim, the Asian Adventures. Big time, back and forth now. That's why it's kind of nice to sit back and just listen to this stuff too. I think he is, Ed. At least they said he was. By all appearances, he seems to be, but I don't know. I don't know. I can't say for sure, And the fucker is living in what? Thailand? Why is he so involved with the same thing with Don C? Why is either one of them getting so involved with affairs in the Philippines? I don't understand that at all. Oh, Malaysia. Okay. Yeah. Aloe, have you been to Cambodia? Region 6 says he claims to be gender neutral, whatever that means. That means you go either way. That's what it means. That's what I believe it means. Yeah. They got some nice places there, actually. Where would I go? If that had to be the case, I never really decide on it. I know where I would go, but it wouldn't be worthwhile. definitely would be Penang or that area. I would probably say that, yeah, actually, Georgetown, Penang. Because the thing is, the big bugaboo about this country is that they have a horrible visa system, and you'd have to put a lot of money in a bank or buy an expensive condo or some shit like that. It's a great country to be in. I've researched it, even just to make a trip, not having to do if say I was deported, where would I go? But it's actually a good country. You get good health care. If E.T. Travels turned on Frank after he met Big E in person. Oh, really? Alice says, not sure why that dude is in this community, to be honest. That's Malaysian. Well, why is Don C in this community? He's living in Thailand. What draws him to be part of the Philippines genre? I mean, that's, 64,000 peso question. I have no idea. Look, not everybody's living the life that they claim they're living on here. We've been on there for 2 hours. We're going to have only a couple more minutes left here, guys. I got to get something to eat. And I'm probably going to have to go out and get some propane or something today. I see Malaysia, I think, is the #1 tourist destination in Southeast Asia this year. Well, it's unfortunate about the Philippines. It's getting down on the list of tourism. I've noticed it even this weekend. There's not as much tourists around here because they're afraid of the weather patterns, the earthquakes and all that. Yeah, it's taken its toll. I don't think Philippines is faring very well with tourism and not doing enough to promote tourism in the Philippines anyway. And Jesus Christ, when COVID was here, it was like a graveyard. Nobody could go anywhere. I got stuck, of course, in Hawaii for over a year of that time. That was no picnic for me, I'll tell you that. It was no picnic for me, especially being near those tenants and dealing with what I did. So I've been through a lot. It's easy to say I've been through a lot. I've been through a lot. I've been through quite a bit. Quite a bit. I've had enough adversity to last me the rest of my life. I've had a lot of adversity. But yet here I am, and through thick and thin, I'm still here. I'm still healthy. Esavino says, now with the earthquakes, I'm sure tourism has slowed down. Oh, hell yeah, it's slowed down. I can see it over here. You're going to get into a country like Thailand or otherwise that's going to build up in Vietnam and all that, but then, tourism, as an alternative, that's where they're going. But there's always something that happens that's going to reduce tourism somewhere. Weather affects things all the time. The economy affects what people want. And now people are so undecided where they want to retire now. Because there's been so much negativity about the Philippines on everybody's show. You got idiots like, what's his name, was married to Janet. What's his fucking first name? Then you got this Stephen guy from Britain. Hello, all you lovely people guy. All they do is talking about negative things. And as I said repeatedly over and over again, I think they're trying to make an excuse for staying in the Philippines. Elliot, what happened to Elliot, that guy in Mindanao? I know one guy, and this guy, Stephen, who was heading in that direction. He's down in Mindanao. And every show of his, he's finding some negative to talk about the Philippines proper or people in the Philippines. And he might go down just like Elliot did. Could very well happen. Could very well happen. They don't even realize they're doing it. They're so fucking stupid. Southeast Asia can be dangerous to people. They don't realize it. they're in their little niche, and they think they're safe. Well, Elliot, after a while, surmised that he wasn't safe, and that what he probably expected to happen happened. Poor guy is dead. He didn't deserve that. But you don't advertise that, he's doing a loan business out there. That was a bad thing. And then the Muslim region down there, he was married to a Muslim woman. And a lot of people maybe didn't like that. It doesn't take much for people to dislike you for some reason, but on a religious level, it gets pretty serious. Maybe they didn't want to see him being married to her. Everybody has a reason why they do something, but you gotta be careful out here, man. You really seriously have to be careful out here. It's not a joke. This is not your country. And you really don't have many rights out here at all. People do it all the time. They pass by you with a fucking helmet on and a fucking gun and they blast you away. Maybe for 500 pesos. There's people willing to do that kind of shit. You don't know what's going to happen when somebody dislikes you. You got to play it safe. People don't realize how serious that is out here. Okay, well, guys, listen, I appreciate, we've been on here for over 2 hours. I didn't expect to be on that long. I will come on again if the storm starts, and we may do some coverage on that. There's nothing more I could say on the legal avenues going on, what's happening with that. It's one of these situations, as we say in America, shit or get off the goddamn pot. That's pretty much what my lawyer says. Later, Aloe. Shit or get off the goddamn pot is what he's basically telling them in legal language. Make up your decision, yay or nay, what you want to do, and I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it. I think I dealt with anything else that was ever adverse in my life. I will deal with it. But I hope for Shaw's sake that this doesn't go through, because unfortunately I'm going to have to take some legal measures. She didn't want to disperse of her report. She didn't, hey, it's not a free ticket. The damage is already done. And if she thinks I'm just going to let this go, she's got another thing coming. Regent says, great show. Back in full form, Frank. Not full form. But I don't mind talking about some of this stuff. But there's always a lot more to talk about on here. I don't want to fall into that vortex. But I will speak what's on my mind. That's for goddamn sure. That's not going to stop me. If I'm wrong about something, then I'm wrong. But if I'm right about something, I will reinforce my beliefs, my thoughts, and any legal matters I need to do. Sure, I don't want to go spend more money on all this crap, but I will. The funny thing is, nobody's ever supported me in my legal matters. They wanted Frank to do everything for them. They're not all pro-Barry. It's all bullshit. It's a smokescreen. They weren't pro-Barry. They never were. They're happy as a clam that he's serving time, for whatever reason. But nobody wanted to take action on their own. And I was the only one on here that was willing to do it. I'm loved, huh? Yeah, I'm loved, okay. Yeah. I got a lot going on in my life. The estrangement from my daughter. There's a lot of shit going on. I've lost a friend about a year ago. I lost my brother over a year and a half ago. Can't even believe it's gone by. Has it been a year and a half? I don't know. I've been dealing with a lot of shit, and I have to be honest with you. I don't know how I deal with it, but I do. Miraculously. I must be a strong-willed motherfucker, because I've had a lot of adversity going on in so many years. I'm still here, still functioning. I'm not all stressed out. I'm disappointed in some people and what they've done, but I'm not all stressed out about it. Life goes on, and it will. Well, preparation for the storm. I hired a couple of guys to come over here and knock down some branches, because they're going to interfere with the lines out here, that's for sure. And we don't want that to happen. Now, I don't know. That's the tree that has all these special ants. Everybody loves me talking about ants, but He's going to get bit left and right. But hey, that's what it is out here. There we go. Oh, good branch. Good one. He's getting that one down. Let's go out here and take a look at this thing here. Make sure there's no lines in the way. Gotta watch the traffic. That's a big old branch, that's for sure. Oh yeah, that's gonna help a lot.
Tara, nasangit sa kwan.
And believe me,
Tara.
okay.
Nasangit sa...
And there's a few others we have to get rid of too here. It's one of the necessary things you got to do here. When you start getting these big winds, it's imperative that you get rid of any infringing branches and so forth. Big time, you need this. And these trees grow a lot, the branches grow, and they're going to always interfere with your lines out here. So this is something necessary, whether there's a storm coming or not. This is a necessary thing to actually do here. Well, we're here in front of the Ponderosa. As you can see, it is cloudy skies. It is building up. Something's going to come in tonight, certainly by tomorrow morning. Certain plans had to be canceled with certain family members that were going to come here because the ferries, they're just not running anymore. And I imagine there's going to be a lot of people stranded in places, and especially those that came to the island here that were expecting to leave, or they just weren't aware that there was going to be a weather system going on here. So, yeah, they're going to kind of get stuck over here. As I said, I got to go out and get some propane this morning because I need some propane before it runs out. Because that's the way the things happen. You procrastinate, then you can't cook anything, you know. Okay, what else has he got to take down here? Okay, he's climbing up there. God, I got to give him credit. You wouldn't catch me on that tree, and for good reason. Believe me, I know better. Okay, so there he is. We had to take our screen down here. It was in the way. It was tied to that tree. Yeah, be careful up there, man. These guys, they take chances, you know. Me, obviously, I couldn't do that myself. I couldn't climb up there. There's no way in the freaking world. I would, but I may not be able to come down. No, I doubt I could even get up there, actually. Good. These are the main ones we want to get off here. Yeah, I could feel it picking up. I could definitely feel a breeze coming in here. Where it goes, anybody knows, really. Well, it's going to really turn into a bona fide hurricane. Pardon me. You could look at that sky. It's building up. What'll happen here, because it's two parts of my gutter, that it's like a waterfall right here, and exactly on the other side, the same area. It'll come down like a water flow. There's something blocking inside. We haven't totally figured it out, but there is areas that have to be patched up and sealed, and that's why it's also coming out. But this is the big mystery, and I've talked about this before. As you can see, there's two downspouts here. One here, one there. Okay, where are they going? It's not anything visible here, and I'll go outside. There's nothing visible outside. Now, are these being diverted underground to over here, to this particular downspout? I don't know. You know, when they built this place, I don't know what they did. And for the guys who put up the wall here for us, this is a brand new wall. I think they'd have the knowledge or the intelligence to leave some kind of an outlet, you know, for the water to actually drain out. And that would be right about here on this side. There's just a lot of cement here, but there's no openings or anything. Generally, you have something where the water is going to pour out over here. So the water could be going into there and then coming right back up again, like a GERD, and just coming right up. But then there is some leakage. And a lot of that metal Believe me, it is rust going on. I've got a couple things patched up myself. I did on my own, but it's one of these situations where you're gonna have to go around the whole goddamn roof and just patch everything up. Well, home ownership is great, but there's a responsibility that comes with it too.
Hey, here's them, Franz.
Oh, he's all the way up there. Be careful, man. Oh, I gotta get out of the way. That might come down on that line.
Yeah, they're gonna run slowly. They just only let them
Okay. He's doing it methodically. Okay. Jesus. Look at that.
run. May kuwan sa kuwan, kurente.
Oi. One branch is on the line, a light branch. We don't want we don't want to get this. That's our electrical line right there.
Wala.
Ah. Okay. It's not a big branch. Okay, so that's good. But he's way up in this tree here. I thought you'd get a little thrill out of seeing this. I don't know. Whatever gets you going. But it's part of the maintenance that you got to do out here. We got lots to do in this house. This railing sucks. It's falling apart, really. It's all part of it. No deliveries for me today. Got another branch. Let me see. Yeah, okay. He's taking off the smaller ones too on here. I see Ricky's still at it, talking about my ants. Well, Ricky, why don't you come over here and do some of this, and when the ants start biting your fat ass, tell me what you think about it. Okay, good so far, but we got these branches right here that are right above this line. So he's going to have to climb up a little bit more and get these branches. Okay, so that's what's going on here. It's going to be real interesting by tonight or tomorrow morning, I'll tell you that. There's no doubt about that. Okay. We'll get a little closer on this side of the fence. Oh, geez, look at him up there.
How do you do it?
He's braver than I'll ever be, I'll tell you that. But then again, he's a lot younger than me, too. You need a really sharp bolo for this. They got these portable saws, blades. You can just cut right through these damn things. I'm not talking about a chainsaw either. But they got these chargeable battery-operated deals you can buy. Okay, it's right on that line, though. But it's not a big branch. I don't expect it's going to harm it. Right there. Yeah, these lines are pretty sensitive. So one thing I don't need is the electrical lines to go out. Try getting the electric company to come out here. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of problems after the storm. I wouldn't be surprised. Who knows? Storm may just decide to go in a different direction. I don't know. Who knows? I don't think so. Okay, let's see if it goes on this line or not. Okay, good. Successful. Now he's going to probably get that one right there that's overhanging a road. Okay, excellent. We're getting some shit done today here, which I'm very happy about. We'll eventually get around to a lot more. This is like one of the last things you're looking at that we're going to take care of here. And one day there's going to be old tiling around here. all this cement. And it's going to really look nice, but that's not in the near future at the moment. But it's going to look really nice. The problem with the tile I have here is trying to match something down here. I don't know what to put down. The problem is she puts plants on here and it stains the tile. You're never going to get that out. You could look over here and you can see this, and we're never going to get that out of the tile. And you can see over here. So, and this is some expensive tile too. That's not something new that we put down. That, you know, the house was, it came with the house that way. Anyway, that's my upload this morning. I'll keep you posted on the storm shit and see what happens with that. But I think we still need to go to town while the stores are still open and get some much needed supplies. It's too bad the kids aren't able to make the trip, but you know, they're very careful with the ferries and they don't want to take the ferries out with inclement weather or the possibility of. So that could go all the way through Wednesday at least before they're going to get the ferries running again. That's almost a guarantee. All right, thanks for joining me yet again. Yeah, come over, Ricky, and I'll show you my ants, Ricky. The little things. I don't want him to fall and get hurt. It's different in America. There's a liability when you have somebody working on your property. It's coming down pretty good right now. And he could easily slip up there, and I don't want it to happen. So I've almost had this argument with Gilda. So you're always thinking the negative about him being up there. I said, well, I'm interested in the guy's safety and certain liability issues, which probably still apply here in the Philippines. I don't really know. But he's a brave soul, and he took down a lot of these trees, branches on here. Anyway, they are encouraging to be minded of a possible evacuation. It's becoming real now because the rain is coming down, starting to come down a little bit. It's moderately hard, and so this is what's going on here, and I'll show you outside. And about the propane I need, we still haven't done it. This is what I meant about the leak over here. This is what I meant. You can see where it's coming through the gutter. Oh, it's going to be flooded everywhere. I think business is going to shut down. I'm probably fucked up on getting my propane, to tell you the truth. Have to cook in the air fryer or something. The guy, you know, he's still in the tree, and I'm not encouraging it. I mean, I want to get the job done, but I'm not pushing him to finish the job. It's not even about the liability factor. It's about his safety. But as you can see, it's starting to happen here, and we got a local bulletin here to consider one of the shelters out here, a possible evacuation, to know where they are. I don't know how strong the storm is going to be, but the house is pretty solidly built, other than leak from a gutter, but don't matter. If the winds get strong enough, you'd be surprised what it can do. So it's kind of a wait and see game that's going on here. I told you I'd keep you guys up with the oncoming storm that's going on here. That's just coming from the gutter right there. So updates on the storm. It's starting to move in. Any indication tonight's going to be interesting, and certainly by tomorrow morning. So we'll have to see what happens here. Again, we got our worker in the tree, and I'll show you. I'll go back over there again. And, you know, as I said, it's a liability issue. I don't know how that works out here. But mostly it's for the guy's safety. He slips on that, breaks his neck. I mean, I'm not forcing him to finish the job. I think he should be done. Period. And it's coming down out there, too. You can watch this. He's soaked to the bone, I can tell you that. Take your time, take your time, take your time, take your time, take your time. Drop your, yeah. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. You wouldn't catch me doing shit like that even if I was a lot younger. Hell no. Hell no. But what they'll do for money, they're brave souls, I'll tell you that. I think he's done, Gilda. Gilda?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, he came down off the tree, so...
Huh?
He came down off the tree finally, so...
Okay.
So get him a towel or something, or...
They said they want to... They asking that away?
No, but I mean, as a courtesy.
I did say they want to go take shower up there, but no need the towel.
Well,
You're still
I'm offering hospitality, you know, and he don't want to offer. I don't know. I don't know.
He's not stop gonna
They
see.
think differently here, you know. I just, you know,
Ah,
cultural differences and all that stuff. I'm a very hospitable person when it comes to things like this, and sure, I worry about his safety and his welfare and all that because he could have got really hurt in that tree. Which is a whole other topic itself for somebody out there is liability issues when you have a worker working at your house in the Philippines, and what liability issues you have. If somebody does work at your house and they fall and kill themselves or break their neck or something, it's something to think about. Okay, it's not whining, it's not anything of the sort. It's just, it's reality, which, you know, she doesn't think that way. I don't know what to say about that. Okay, we got the dustpan for this. Moving the outside table inside. Okay, I don't know where the dustpan is. Let me see if I can find it. Anyway, that's what's going on here. We got a lot of big branches taken off these two trees. Great job. And, oh geez, look at this. It's also wet, the dustpan. Cats will probably go in the attic space, more than likely. These storm situations are pretty serious because we don't know exactly where they're gonna go. You know. Let's bring this shit in here. We don't know how bad it's gonna get, but it's not looking really great right now. It's happening pretty early on, so it's moving through. And I imagine it's going to be quite interesting this evening. I don't know if I'll be sleeping or not, to be honest with you. Sorry, I got the fucking phone in my hand. But we'll give you updates on what's going on here. Whether we're going to swim or we're going to drown or whatever. But it's something to consider here where it could turn into a super typhoon even in our area. We're going to get the brunt of it, though. I mean, I'm not going to say we're going to get full force. But the Philippines has suffered so much flooding to begin with. They don't need any more of this. There's more landslides. A whole lot of shit going on, man. Flooded stores, flooded streets. Can't get any more real than that, folks. Can't get any more real than that. Wow, that's a nice place to sit. I kind of like this table in here like this. You sit right near the window here. The window here. One of the workers. Oh, don't tell me he's going to go to the other tree now. What a trooper, man. Oh my goodness. Oh, jeez. Well, like she said, if we want to get the job done, don't let him stop. Let him finish it up. If he feels confident enough to do it, then, you know, let him do it. But I am a concerned person. I know it has nothing to do with money and all that. It's just, do you really want to see, and this is something we know real well, do you really want to see somebody get hurt? That's the question. I don't want to see that, especially on my property. Yeah, there would be legal issues too. You could bet there would. Much as you know them and like them, you've been helping them out for a long time. Yeah, they could come back and try to say, "Oh, I got hurt working on your property, man." Yeah, you did, but no contract here. No contract here. You know the danger you're facing, and that's kind of how. Unfortunately, That's kind of how you got to look at it out here. They're taking faith or whatever in their own hands by agreeing to perform a certain job. So, yeah, I'm going to kick back here for a second. I don't know how much this propane is going to last. Because definitely after tonight, these stores are not going to be open. They're not going to be open. And we got pretty much enough food here to get us through for a few days or so. But I think a lot of these shops are closing down. The ferry's not running. And, well, there you go. Am I still on here? I see something missing on the screen here. Okay, we'll continue. There's still people on. I'll give you updates on this as things progress or regress, which I don't think is going to regress. But I'll keep you guys informed as to what's going on here. I don't anticipate the internet to be too great either, to tell you the truth. But I'm going to keep my phone charged up and flashlights charged up and so forth in preparation. I think I got enough gas in my generator to carry me for a little while, but as I said, a lot of businesses. This is what you got to go through, especially when you're on the islands, but it's everywhere really. All the provinces go through the same thing that we're going through right here. So these are expectations. You know, Mother Nature here in the Philippines is pretty wild. It's a really wild place for Mother Nature. Okay, well, hitting my area. As you can see, it's raining. They're cutting down even a lot of the banana fronds that are kind of infringing upon certain areas near the roof and so forth. This is some serious shit. I know it's raining. I don't know why I got interrupted here with an advertisement. I don't know what happened here. Yeah, it's raining pretty hard in Cebu, and this is just a start. So by tonight, this could be the most severe storm that I ever experienced here in the Philippines myself. It doesn't seem to be losing any intensity at all. I knew I should have got more stuff in town this morning, but I didn't. I only blame myself for that. Listen, look at this shit. I don't know if you can actually see the rain. That should start leaking any time now from the gutter. I check periodically with Picasa or ChatGPT, and it does have a potential of being pretty heavy duty over here where I live, on this island. I see in other parts of the Philippines that's getting some pretty intense winds, pretty crazy shit. I've seen something very interesting on there actually about Brooklyn, New York. And one area of Brooklyn, all the streets are flooded like you wouldn't believe because the sewers. Huh? Yeah. I might need propane. You don't think the store's open for propane today? My propane, I think, is very low. Very, very low. Propane. And I don't know. Well, go check. There's hardly anything in there. The gauge don't read right. The gauge don't read right on there.
Okay.
Yeah. Because the stores are not going to be open tomorrow if I need it. You know? Sorry, it's just a continued little back and forth with my worker. Trying to make sense of this whole fucking thing. He's gonna come back?
Come back.
What does he gotta do?
Change clothes.
Oh yeah, well, change clothes, he's gonna get wet again. So we got this screen taken down, this tarping. No big deal, we don't need that right now. It might blow away anyway. So we took those down on either side of the yard here. Alright, this is part of the continuing coverage of the kind of the preliminary part of the storm here. It's exciting, but in a scary way, you know. And you know, we'll see how strong the winds get and how good this house holds up. Let's put it that way. Lucky I have other rooms here, so if one part of the roof blew off in one part, well, we could always go in the other room. So, of course, we don't want that to happen either. Pardon me for a second. You know, storms are interesting to watch, but can be pretty goddamn scary. Better shut this door here. We at present don't have any severe winds at this point in time, but that's probably going to change. So I'm always checking with the current information. I don't always go to Pagasa, but they're very good people to consider where the shelters are if you need to get there. I can't have I don't understand why I got to disconnect and it goes to a commercial. I'm not monetized, so I can't even take a wild guess as to how it's going to intensify. But it's already happening. Glad I got all my water delivered here. It's already happening. And we had some pretty heavy rainfall. It subsided a little bit here, but yeah. We're monitoring the situation. I'm not going to make a shitload of long videos. Just giving you, as I promised, some updates on here. Whoever sees it, whatever, make what you want of it, but it's definitely a concern. And you know, Cebu and other places, they already got so much flooding damage and so forth. I mean, it's, you know, it's tearing businesses apart. They're losing customers, losing tourists, losing a lot.
Gusto na hangin diha?
But they took a lot of the trees down, which also helps with the weaver ants and stuff like that. So it's gonna have an interesting day and an interesting evening. Let's put it that way. Take a look out our big old bay windows here. Look at that tree. You don't realize how much you took off that tree. So we had to clear those lines right there. And the lines over here. He went on this tree too. And he went on the other tree in front of the house. Kind of an insurance policy that these lines are not going to go down. Okay, we had to throw some things around in the exercise room here. Because if it's going to leak, it's going to leak around here. And right around here and over here. We're just getting prepared for this. It is a big deal. It is a big deal. Oh, Frank's making a big deal of this. Well, it is a big deal. I beg to differ. It is a big deal. I don't think it's going to be like Odette, but nevertheless, it's still going to be troublesome for a lot of people. And a lot of people that are living in less than solid structures that are not built very solid. Cebu, as you imagine, is going to be flooded like hell. Some things don't change. Well, all the money that's supposed to be charged is in an unstable area. Let's go out here. Okay. a lot of the banana trees, we cut off a lot of the branches. I'm not sure where the animals go. They'll probably go in my attic space as far as these feral cats here and their kittens. Yeah, he cut some pretty major branches off here. I don't know how he does it, man. I don't know how he does it. You wouldn't get me younger or whatever, or more agile to balance myself on a wet tree trunk, tree branches. I simply wouldn't do it. But Filipinos, we've known this guy for a long time. He always helps us out because we've helped him out a lot. We make quite a bit of money for him every month with transportation. He's just one of our helpers, but for different things that need to be done, we have certain people that do electrical and things like that, plumbing and so forth. Yeah, now I'm regretting that I didn't buy more stuff at the store. I certainly don't want the electric to go out. But as I said, I got a generator, but it's not the most dependable generator in the world. It really isn't. Getting it started, I need a raincoat just to go out there to get it started. And I have to pull on that fucking cord so I get a fucking heart attack. Alright, now you can hear it coming down. Don't worry, Shauna. Maybe the storm will blow me away to oblivion. I don't know what's happening with this thing. All of a sudden, in the middle of a broadcast, I'm getting some big old commercial coming in here. And it's not because I'm monetized, because I'm not. Worker went home to dry off and, I don't know, just to come back and get wet again. I don't know. There's still a few things it has to do. We're going to determine how much propane is in the tank too, because the gauge on there is not working correctly, but I know the thing is practically empty. Okay, well, as I said, I don't want to make these really long videos, and I certainly will come in with updates as things happen. Yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty serious storm. Yeah, you might get rid of me yet. You are in the Philippines, and you are in prison. Duh, hello. Delirium. You are in prison. You are in the Philippines. And on his postings for his community, he says that he's going to do a lawsuit against immigration for illegal detainment. Well, it's not illegal detainment. Bummer says he's going to file a case against the immigration for illegal detainment. There's nothing illegal about his detainment. If he would pay his penalties to the court, then he'd be out of there and on his way. He also says, quote unquote, whatever, that at least I have family to go to when I get back home and friends that'll house me or take care of me. No, you don't have family or they would have taken care of you already. Secondly, what did he say on there? Yeah, that he has friends and family and he has a place to go to. Unlike you, Frank. No, he does not. He does not. Now, how is he going to get legal representation for what he calls illegal detention if he don't even have the money to pay his court penalties? How is that even possible? And he speaks almost like in third party under his name, White Boy, and says like something to the fact that if I was in the Philippines, this or that or this or that. And he also says, I hate being in this fucking, it's the toilet bowl here. Those Chinese are filthy. Now he's attacking the Chinese. He says, I've been sick, he says. Well, I'd understand that. I definitely understand that. So, I mean, he's gotten to the point he's become incoherent, and I can understand it to a point. So, how? He says he's going to sue immigration for illegal detention. Well, going over all this stuff, I don't see where any of his detention is illegal. I know some people on here, a couple of people that would argue that. I don't buy it. Good afternoon, expat. Forever. Yeah, Obama posted something on his community page. Go read it. Go read it. I can't do a split screen here. I'm technically challenged, as you know. Before I go on with the story, yeah, all the machines out here have no money in it because the holiday thing going on here, and then storm coming, and every single machine, you can't even get your money out if you want to get your money out of here. That's why I always got to tuck a little money around the house, and we didn't really do that. Usually we have something around the house, but a lot of people got stuck in that ditch. So did we. Yeah, so I happened to check and see if he had any postings on there, and apparently he's not doing very well. And I mean, I'm just trying to figure what's wrong with this guy. I mean, he got himself into that fucking mess, and he continues to do stupid things. I got something weird that's going on with my phone here. I could be in the middle of a live or whatever, and it totally goes to a total fucking advertisement on here. I don't get it, what it's doing, but it's pretty weird. Let's see. Let's go back here. Jim is an idiot. Okay, we already know that. Okay, what we got here? Hold on. Let's see. Okay, got rid of him. Okay, so I went to his community page, and he doesn't seem real happy with his situation. Well, duh. Okay, how are you going to sue? He goes, America's going to do this, and he says that when I got friends and family that's going to help him when he's back in America, and I'm going to get a job, he said, and the first thing he's got to consider if he has a warrant out for his arrest in America. That's one consideration that he has to make. Okay, for child support, for this, for that. And if he did get a job, they'd be taking a percentage of his money anyway. So with his record, trying to get a job, I don't know. But I wrote him back. I actually did. So we're going to get a job. You're the one that said that when you go back to America, you're going to milk the system again. He said you're going to go on welfare, you're going to get food stamps, you're going to get Section 8 housing. Yeah, that's what he said. In other words, I'll show the American government. Well, I think he showed them before, but you got ousted out of America in a big way. Oh, he's got friends and family. Well, if you got family, how come they didn't help you? How come they didn't help you get out of jail? To help pay your fines. Why didn't they do that? If you got friends and family, shut the fuck up, man. Seriously, just shut the fuck up. I know what you're hoping for. You're hoping for a lot of things. You're not happy in there? That's just too fucking bad. You probably ran your mouth in there and made enemies, and you don't fuck with the Chinese, I'll tell you that. Because he's got a big Chinese pogo population in there, and he quoted on his community page saying that they're filthy creatures. It's like a toilet bowl at this place. I'm sick, he said. Yeah. Anthony says, I looked at his Discover America channel. You got to go to his community page on there. Go to his community part on there. Hit community. He did a posting on the community. I can't post it on here, but unless I had two phones. But, no, he's not happy with the situation. Well, duh, who got you there? No, don't say me. You did some things you shouldn't have done. And you still continue to do things even when you had a court case against you. Duh, hello? Oh, I don't know. They both lie a lot. Who the fuck knows? He needs her in his life, and some reason she needs him in her life, and I can't figure out why. But anyway, that's between them two. Yeah. The rain subsided, but we're kind of keeping updated what's going to happen the rest of the evening into tomorrow. As I said, should have thought ahead. The ATM machines are all empty. And, it's a responsibility of the bank to go there and fill these machines up. Would you think so? Or are too drunk from the partying from last night? I don't know. A lot of bugaboos, buddy. There is bugaboos out here. There's bugaboos. There absolutely is. There's no question about it. All I have to say to Barry is shut the fuck up. You put yourself in there. You're paying the fucking price. If you want to get out, you pay the court. That's it. You want out so bad. You don't like the Chinese. You said it's like a toilet bowl in there, and the Chinese are filthy. You can get yourself out, but you said you had family. You said on the community page, unlike you, Frank, I got family to go back to, and I got friends that'll help me. Well, they haven't helped you so far. They haven't helped you so far. Nobody has. He says, I'm going to get a job. What, flipping waffles again? Well, don't forget, you got a lot of back child support. It's perpetuity, I think, in Alabama, which you owe. And you might have a bench warrant waiting for you, or a couple of them out there. Yeah, you're returning to nothing. But the gall of him to say that he's going to work the system. In the past, he said that. He said, fuck you all, he said to all of us. Fuck you all. I'm going to go on welfare, get food stamps. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, get Section 8 housing. Yeah. Well, if anybody, cares about him, then basically just help him out. Got no gun to your head to do it, so help him out. Yeah, there's nobody helping him. And I don't know what's happening. This keeps on taking me offline into some advertisement. I don't know if I got a virus in here or I got something in here. I have no idea. So he thinks that he's going to sue immigration, that America is going to do it. That America is going to sue the Philippines immigration. Well, unfortunately for him, the jurisdiction is it's not there. Expat forever, Barry ain't going back to the United States. Well, not for a while. But all the do-gooders out there, all the do-gooders that wanted Barry free, they're not helping him at all. Their excuse is, I don't want to give Frank any money. Well, there's a couple of people out there that have been behind the scenes, financing people, and they got the money. They're worried about a measly 250,000 pesos that he would have to give me. That's lint in their pocket. That's lint. If you really, truly cared for Barry being free, you'd help him out. And you're using me as an excuse. That's rich. Excuse the expression, but that's rich. That's rich. Yeah, I'm sure it's not a pleasant situation, and yet the Chinese are probably the leftover BOGO workers or something. So apparently he's got a big influx of Chinese there, apparently, and he's not really happy with that situation with them. I could probably understand with the Chinese, but he's probably got himself in a lot of trouble because these Chinese, they're not afraid of anything, man. They're not afraid of anything. They're not going to let a weasel like him get away with his big mouth. He's probably had some bouts of violence while he was in there because he's been in there long enough, and you know the way he runs his mouth. I think that he's probably encountered something. Expat Forever says, I thought Big E was going to help him. Well, Big E don't want to help him because he don't want to give no money to me. As I said, he's got more money. He's got the lint in his pockets worth more than what Barry owes. Well, it's just that Big E knows that Barry's wrong, But he wants to be a do-gooder and say that, oh, well, Barry doesn't deserve to be in there that long. He certainly does. He certainly does, and more. See, if the shoe was on the other foot, just like Big E and his girlfriend, wives, or whatever, sisters' wives, whatever he's doing there, were going after Sweet Skates big time, right? Because Sweet Skates said something about him or his wife or whatever, and they were going after her for that. Okay? He didn't pull back on any money for that situation, did he? He didn't get his lawyer. He got his lawyers in on that, I assume. So Big E ain't complaining about money, or is Mick Fisher. If they really give a shit, if they really truly gave a shit about Barry, he would have been out already. No matter what they think of me. No matter what they think of me. And I never did those guys any wrong anyway. They got a wild hair up their fucking ass. Who put the bees in their fucking bonnet? Why, because I speak the truth on here? They can't handle the fucking truth? Anyway, you know the situation. But Barry's pretty upset. He said he's been sick. Well, kind of goes with the territory. I don't envy his situation. I certainly want to be in there, and I'll do my best to make sure that never fucking happens. But you know what? He has a way of, if people really give a fuck about him, he'd be out. And he has no family that's going to help him. They would have helped him already. A long time ago, all the way back into his Mandawi incarceration times. IKEA says, exactly, nobody give a rat's ass about the bummer. Well, apparently they don't, but nobody? Nobody wants to help him out? Then they shouldn't afford to talk. They can't afford to talk. With all these politics about Barry, shouldn't be in there that long. Mick says that, Big E says that, Barry should not have been in that long. And why do you say that? Why do you think that he shouldn't be in that long? Did he spend 7 years not paying immigration? Let's start off with that. Okay, did he not plead guilty to 5 counts of cybercrime? Why shouldn't he be in there? I don't want to hear the bullshit. Because it's all fucking bullshit. IKEA says Bummer dug his own grave. And I was saying that the whole time. He kept on putting nails in his grave every fucking time he came on. Don't lay this on me. Oh, no. Don't lay this on me. Don't lay this on me. I did what I had to do to defend myself on something I felt was really, really unrighteous. If I thought it was not unrighteous, I wouldn't have put a case against him. Okay? Simple as that. He was warned and forewarned that I would, but he didn't believe me. I had to come forward. I didn't really have a choice about this. Yeah. I really didn't have a choice. Some people say, oh, you had a choice. You didn't have to put a case against him. It got to a point that I had to. Why? Because he continued doing the same thing. Just happened again. I get cut off with a fucking advertisement. I got a virus or something in here. I don't know what's going on. He did dig his own grave. Digger. That's why we also nickname him Digger. He's always with that golden shovel digging his grave deeper and deeper and deeper. That's my fault? Get real. That's my fault? No, it's not my fault. And I don't care who you are. It's not my fault. You know about this guy and what he's all about. IKEA says, I woke up to the bummer bullshit long time ago, 100% on his butt. Yeah, as I said, I don't even know how long I'm going to be on YouTube again here because I did the right thing when I got off 3 months ago, whatever. So I don't even know how long I'm going to continue this on here, to be honest with you, because I'm starting to get awakened again with all this bullshit, and I don't want to wind up in this fucking black hole of bullshit on here again. But I will say what's on my mind. Nothing ever stopped me with that. So to all the bullshitters out there, put your money where your mouth is, and if you want to do that at jail, you've got that opportunity to do that. The question is, what's stopping you? What? Because the fact he has to pay the penalty to me? Well, what did you think was going to happen? Of course he has to pay a penalty to me. He's lucky I didn't carry on. I did him a favor. He's lucky I didn't carry on this case because the judge, and this would have been, he would have been incarcerated the whole time either way. And what would have happened was if the judge made a decision was going to give him like 10 years, he'd be in a worse situation. So as far as I'm concerned, I helped him out. Well, right now we're just having some light rain. It rained heavy earlier. He took a lot of branches off this tree. God, back here, he took a lot of branches off here. But yeah, I'm seeing if the storm progresses or not. It may not. And although they are talking about my region here hitting it pretty decent, so time will tell, I guess. King of Discord, hello. He said he had the easy life in Mandawi and he screwed it up. Yeah, he did. I mean, the guy had everything, man. Gee, I'm surprised he didn't have a microwave oven. Jesus Christ, he had a coffee maker, a rice cooker. He had something to boil water to make a soup or coffee or something, or tea or whatever. He had a fucking supply like a sorry store in there. The guy had use of not only his cell phone, but he had a fucking laptop. And he had a separate screen so he could play his games. I couldn't believe that. I just couldn't believe that when I first heard that. Ice machine. Let's say, okay, not forget the ice machine. Yeah, I bet he misses all those amenities, doesn't he? I couldn't believe what he got away with in there. SNR delivery, whatever. I couldn't believe what he had in there until he actually showed. And these guards allowed him. What was up with that? What was up with that? The guards allowed him to have all that stuff. Seriously? The guards allowed him? Damn. Unfreaking believable. There's sometimes no words to say other than what I've said about this because it's so fucking unbelievable. Yeah, he had conjugal. He was even drinking in there, man. Conjugal visits. They were drinking. Even invited the guards in to drink with him. We've seen it. We heard it. Now he got all those privileges taken away. Oh, they allowed him to use his phone thinking he's going to call his lawyer or something like that. But the situation is not what he thought. Otherwise, he'd be making some hate videos like you wouldn't believe. But all he could do is try to do something on a community page. Does anybody out there actually feel sorry for this guy? Tell me what you're thinking. Do you blame me for the situation? Or did he bring this shit on with himself? Yeah, conjugal visits, man. Partying when they had parties out there with the guards and people who lived in those in the building. There was actually people living there too. They had the bottles out. All that shit, man. All that shit. I'm thinking to myself, how the hell did he get away with this? I've never seen a man so privileged that doesn't deserve it. I never seen anybody so privileged. He don't have that now. And he knows you're not going to mess with the fucking Chinese, man. No, you're not going to do that. You're not going to mess with the Chinese. And that's probably predominantly the population around him in his detention situation there. As I said, man, you're not going to mess with those Chinese, man. They're pretty bold. Bummer gives him shit about anything. Now, we don't know all the story what's going on. He probably had his ass kicked numerous times. I would imagine so. Well, I mean, you know the guy. Have you ever heard of him ever shutting his fucking mouth? Of course not. Of course not. He's always getting himself in trouble. Imagine that, conjugal visits, booze when he wanted to, share it with the guards, and we noticed. I've seen it. I've heard him in the room, glasses clanging. I heard him talking about, hey, maybe I'll buy another bottle. He was drinking with one of his cellmates, too. We've all seen that. We all heard it. King of Discord says, and he had brisket. Now he has fish soup. Yeah, well, the brisket days are over. Unless his girlfriend is still, I don't know. Is she allowed non-family member to visit him there? I don't know how they work it there. Is it supposed to be only family? I'm not even sure he has any visitors there. Of course, Uncle Brevis, who made a lame comment earlier on my show, he's pissed off about Barry's situation. Well, Brevis, message to you. If you gave a shit, just like I'm saying to everybody else, if you really gave a shit about you defending Barry so much, if you gave a shit about him, why don't you help him out and get him out of there? Look, I'm not getting rich on 250 lousy thousand pesos. But I will tell you that if you're Mr. Coin, supposedly Mr. Rich, well, you're not showing your allegiance to Barry, are you? Hold on for a second here. I don't think you're showing much of your allegiance to him, are you? Well, not from what I'm seeing, anyway. So like I say to anybody out there, put your money where your mouth is on this situation. Yeah. Shouldn't even eat brisket. Who has it better than him? I don't even eat brisket. I don't even know where to buy it, really. I guess SNR has it. But shit, he was ordering from Panda and whatever. People bringing him over brisket and all kinds of shit. Wearing his MAGA hat. He was so proud to wear his MAGA, Make America Great Again hat. Then he gained all that weight. I couldn't believe that when I seen it. I couldn't believe the amount of weight this guy put on. Now, I'm tending to think that he's probably skinnier than he used to be before he gained all that weight. Because you can only eat so much rice and fish heads and all that stuff, and, you know, I can't see unless somebody's helping him with food. I can honestly say I don't know what's going on with that, you know. Yeah, I know. I know that. I keep up with this shit. I know everything that's going on. Hanging around with that girl again. It's all he has, really. He's back in Cebu now. He got a storm. Well, isn't Jay back? Isn't Jay supposed to be in Cebu now? Haven't heard much from him lately. I don't know, a bunch of fucking losers, man. And there's more and more on here now. Jim, of course, everybody's talking about Jim. Yeah, he qualifies, that's for sure, Jim. And Ricky's still attacking me. I told him, I said, your day's coming, pal. Your day's coming. A lot of adversity with this guy. And one day, he's going to be in a mall somewhere, and one of the people that he pissed off is not going to be happy with him. He's been lucky so far. I've seen him in situations where he approached people, they stood up, and he's like, oh, how you doing? He started getting friendly. It's just like when Mick Fisher showed up. Again, we've heard that story 1,000 times. Mick even said to me when we were actually in communication with each other, he goes, I swear I saw his face turn color when I showed up. Yeah, Ricky's not in good shape anyway. Don't worry about it. Ricky ain't going to be around too much longer. But I seen the medications he was taking on the table. He had about 12 bottles of medications he has to take every day. And he hasn't lost any weight at all. So, you know, you put 2 and 2 together and you do the math. That was funny how you caught Sneeko on the ferry. Well, we were in a trike going to the terminal. And Gilda pointed out, I think that's Sneeko. He had the bandana on, of course. You know, Mr. Tough Guy, Mr. Bandito. Mr. Frito Bandito. And she said, I said, really? Was that? Okay, man, that's him. He must be in town. And he's heading to the ferry to leave. So when I got on the ferry, which is upstairs, second floor, all of a sudden I have a hand coming out at me. It was him. I don't know what to do. I shook his hand. And there he was on the ferry. We had a good conversation and all that shit, but he wasn't trying to get nasty with me or nothing. If he felt that way about me, why didn't he do something, you know? Why didn't he do something? Well, he didn't. Yeah. I got to see him close up in person. I'm glad about that. Yeah, his legs, his calves were like wider than a mile. He definitely had some disproportional weight situation going on. For his own health, I hope he starts eating right, which he doesn't. Some people just don't want to change, but that's their gig. And we got 13 strong in here. That's good. We had Aloe on this morning on here for a while. Brevis decided to put a little notation in here. I just got rid of him right away. Maybe you could see his comments on here, but I can't because I removed him on here. That's another guy that, who knows what's going on with him. Probably got into how many fights since the last fight he got into. He had a black eye. I don't even know if he's with his woman. He's got his eyes all over the place. He's got what they call Roman eyes. How do you keep a relationship with that? But, you know, his girlfriend, you know, he has a baby. You need to support them. And whether he's giving them support at this point, I really don't know. Nothing would surprise me. He's probably got a few more women pregnant. See, I told you, all the fucking trash comes here into the Philippines. We got enough trash here. And we don't have enough trash receptacles or any receptacles to throw the trash in. You know? He's in the Philippines to get married. What, to Maria? I don't know. These are rumors, okay? Why would she want to marry him? Is the money that good? I don't know. Whatever. He can marry whoever he wants. But rumors are rumors. So what's going on Discord these days? As I told you, I don't belong to Discord, so it's only when you guys mention stuff to me I know anything that's going on in here. What's the word of mouth going on there these days? Regarding anything, really. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to have any internet tonight. I mean, remains to be seen. Yeah, we went downtown today to try to withdraw money, but every single machine, not just my PNB, but we have some other machines in town, every single one of them was empty of money. Every single one of them. It's lucky we got food. It's lucky we got our new propane tank, because, you know, I always get my money out of the machine. They posted a picture of Nico at a jewelry store buying. Are you serious, man? Oh my God. I thought he was a woman's man. Thought he all had this woman every time he went to Philippines. He had all these women. And every single trip, all he was doing was hanging around this one chick, right? Saying that she's a friend. That's funny than hell, man. Nico at a jewelry store buying rings. Oh my God. What is wrong with these people? Well, I don't know. I don't have anything against his girlfriend, man. You know, I met her and she's talking to Gilda and she was very friendly. She even kind of interrupted Nico a bit when she was on a live with him. And she sort of kind of one day kind of tried to put him to rest with some of the bad things he was trying to say about me and Gilda. So I don't have anything against her, but of course she's going to follow his train of thought if they're in a relationship. And if he's paying the way and all that stuff to do activities and whatever they're doing, you know. Nico will be back home by Christmas. I really don't care, to be honest with you, what he's doing. But everybody needs somebody, and when you get desperate, you know, some of the desperados, he wasn't fucking with all these women. Even Big E was trying to say, oh yeah, I know Nico for a fact, he's got women left and right. No, he didn't. No, he did not. Bullshit. Bullshit. He's in the Negros province meeting her parents. Oh, there you go. Meeting the parents. Can you afford to take care of my daughter? Give us, how about a dowry here? We'll take a pig, we'll take a cow, build a house for us, whatever. Hey, man, when you're desperate, you're fucking desperate. But I'm not going to put her down because I thought she was a nice person. I mean, it's different what I think about him. I think you know what I think about him. Total fucking loser, always was. Not going to hold back on that statement. That's my thoughts and that's my opinion. He says nothing but bad about me and Gilda. He openly comes out with it about Gilda. But I know he wouldn't want to fuck with her personally or legally. I can tell you that. He wouldn't want to. He wouldn't want to. As well as he probably shouldn't. Try to push her button. He's a fucking loser. Say it again, he's a fucking loser. She is a widow. Oh, is she? I didn't know that. Like I know, I don't really check into her business, you know. Yeah, she's probably a nice gal. I mean, I did meet her, and for the short time I met her, she seemed very nice. He could only do good with her. I wish him the best. Straighten his life out a little bit. Maybe she'll convince him to get away from his drinking and getting into a better diet and get healthy. Maybe that's what he needs. Viking Son says 100 truth about him. 100% truth. Do you mean about the ring and all that stuff and wanting to get married to this chick? King of Discord says, Discord following the Trixie French fry drama. Oh, yeah, that was new news, too. All kinds of news out there, folks. How about some thumbs up? Show a little faith. Yeah, that Trixie's going to be going to America. As I said, I figured she would. That Ren gets settled out there, saves a little money. And what is he saying? He rented a room or something? He was at a boarding house or something just to save money? There was something to that, too. Because Ren ain't going to spend a lot of money on anything except his fucking booze. The drinking, well, I'm sure the drinking went down, at least during the day, because, well, he has to work, and he can't drink on the job. So many alcoholics out there. God, I hate alcohol. Only alcohol that comes near me is a hand sanitizer. Trixie scheduled for her big interview in Manila, but Fry didn't send the money for her travel. Really? Expat Forever says, I don't believe Snicko is getting married. Just another rumor. Oh, look, I don't believe everything I hear. You got to back up these statements. I'm well beyond all these rumors. I'll believe it when I see it. That's kind of where I'm at these days. 17, 18 viewers. Thumbs up, folks. Tom Sack, thumbs up. Thumbs up. Yeah, the rain stopped over here, but we had some intervals of heavy rain earlier. But I kept on looking it up, and yeah, I mean, my island is in the picture. It's in the path. It's going to be interesting to see what happens overnight. A little excitement around here, huh? Not if my electric goes off, but that's why I have a generator, if I can get it working. And why didn't I invest in a rain jacket? Standing there for a half hour trying to pull a cord on a piece of shit generator. Yeah. Oh, the glory. Oh, she's back. Hold on a second while I converse with my lady. Hold on, guys. Just came back from shopping. We got a few supplies. Nothing incredible. But people were buying the stores out like crazy, like what always happens all the time with people. It's only 3,500 watts, but it covers everything here. It covers everything here. Nothing much here, the basics. Bread, so maybe some snacks. A lot of noodles, as you would imagine. Definitely got rice and whatever. Oh, she had to buy magic syrup. I don't need anything with magic syrup in it. Okay, so we'll get by. One way or the other, we'll get by. Machines are just plain fucking empty. What's that, baby? Oh, you bought some cream cheese.
Yeah.
We got, oh, good. Thank you for that. Cream
get
cheese.
bread.
Thank you.
Still 5. Tuna.
Oh my God. She's supporting my habit. She's supporting my habit. Yes. God bless her.
Nice dan. Sama ito sa konti.
God bless her. God bless her. Viking, we test our generator once a week. Yeah, I should do that. We let it run for 10 minutes and shut it down. This way it has a better chance of working when needed. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm supposed to be doing that. Okay, just laziness. Yeah. Well, since I'm such a poor bloke, I'm going to have to wait for better days before I'm going to buy a generator. I have some other things I need to do around here. Yeah. As long as the generator is working, I'm good. But, I can't stand there, especially my back, and lean down and pull this fucking cord for 25 minutes and hope that it's going to go. Overflood it, choke it out, whatever. I got to change the oil in it. I got to do that too. Kind of falling behind on some things here, Yeah, it's a good idea to test your generator once a week. Downtown, it was already, some of the streets were flooded downtown. Some people passing by here from next door. Yeah, the town, as you imagine, everybody was in the stores. They emptied the ATMs. The stores are going empty. Yeah. I went through this many times before. He's living out here, certainly living in Hawaii, and certainly living in Seattle. I've been through this numerous times. It's when people start to really panic. Becomes pandemonium. Complete pandemonium. I don't know if we're going to need it. Hope I don't. But, you know how things are out here. The infrastructure is so bad. Lines go down in a heavy wind very easily out here. But we were smart. We were smart today. We had some people come out here and they did some major trimming of the trees, branches around here. They were not going to be blown into the wire. So we did something smart today after all. Viking Sun says our barangay is going nuts too. Many evacuations as people are nervous. See, this is what causes the problems when people overreact to stuff. Now, I understand completely. When you're living in some fucking shack somewhere, you're worried about it blowing away. That's your home. I can understand the panic. But some people get too carried away and they make the situation worse. And that's where the problem occurs, where they're making the situation worse for themselves. You can't panic in a situation. I got things going on in my life. I'm not panicking about anything. I'm living my life day by day like I normally fucking do. I'm not panicking about any fucking thing. Yeah. But anyway, I thought it was hilarious. I don't know if Barry still has that community posting up there, but you should go there and check it out. Tell me what you think. Oh, he has a family to go to. Friends that'll take care of him. He's going to get a job out there. And the best one yet, he's going to sue He's going to sue the department. They're going to love him. I mean, this is where I'm saying he puts his foot in his mouth and up his ass. You're in trouble because partially of immigration and everything else. You're already a fucking felon. And he says he's going to go fuck with immigration. He's going to sue them for illegal detainment. That's what his words were. Illegal detainment. Well, Stu Ball, possibly 160 to 195, which is, but 135 is enough for power outages, yeah. Certainly around here. What do you think about his community posting? Talk to me about that. But all the do-gooders out there, they won't help him out. Shit or get off the pot is what I say. Shit or get off the pot. No, they're just finding an excuse. They don't want to help him. They're saying it's because, well, they'd have to give me money too, because he owes me a little pocket change of money on there. So that's why. That's their excuse for not giving him money. The truth is, they know what he's done. They really don't support what he did. But they want to try to save face somehow, and they helped him a little bit in the past. That's all it is. Oh, yeah, he's still locked up. He's going to be going on 3 years before you know it here. He's in Bicutan or he's in Bilibid, one or the other, otherwise known as Montelupa. They're both terrible places. He's upset because the Chinese are... He didn't sound very good on there. He didn't say anything. He just wrote. He hates the fucking Chinese. He hates everybody, and he said they're filthy. He must have had some bouts with them. That's what I think happened, man. No, he's miserable in there. He wants to get out. But here's the thing. It's my theory or my belief that I think he has money in the bank that he put away in his Social Security. Whether he's still getting it, I doubt it. But I think he did put money away. And the reason I think that is because he figures if he gets deported, he'll be able to get situated back in America again. He just doesn't want to use that money. Just like all the time that he was doing all his shows. He wanted everybody to buy booze for him so he didn't have to take it out of his pocket. He wanted people to, take him out or buy food for him because he didn't want to touch his money. He'd come up with some ridiculous statement that, well, I've only got like 200 to 400 pesos left. Then later on, he forgets he said that. He goes, oh, I'm going to go out and buy a bottle and a pack of cigarettes. There you go. Yes, he does owe me 250,000 pesos. That'd be correct. Yeah, he does. Hey, look, I wouldn't get rich on that, like I keep on saying, but if the court ordered it, he's just going to continue to get a continued incarceration. There might be a limit on this, but he's thinking that I could handle it. I'll do anything to just not have to pay Frank. That's his philosophy and his psychology. But he's already losing it now and realizes what he's putting up with in there. Does he want to spend another year and a half or more in jail? I don't think so. I don't think so. Put up or shut up is what I say. That goes to all the do-gooders out there that supposedly are on Barry's side, right? They're not helping. They know exactly what he did. And when I hear that ridiculous statement, he doesn't deserve to be in there that long for what he did. Well, they were not wearing my shoes. If somebody ruins somebody's reputation, and let's say, someone said that Big E, for example, was a child rapist or something, Big E would lose his job. You think he would stand for that? No, he wouldn't stand for that. Something as heavy as a statement like that. Believe me, he'd be doing the same fucking thing. He would not be on Barry's side, I'll tell you that. Let's see, Viking says, with interest accumulating, that will be, I don't think they're going to do that, no. Pesos for the time he gets out, interest, I don't know. But my understanding, I don't think he's even taking care of his, God, he's got so many challenges. I don't think he's even taking care of his immigration fees and fines. My situation is totally different from him as far as immigration. It's radically different. Mine is an administrative forced thing that's going on. It's not that I'm not willing to take care of business. It's the opposite. They know I'm willing. I'm being denied that opportunity to do so. Our situation is a lot different.
Yeah. Ang baso.
What's that, baby?
The pitchers and glass.
Glass.
Yeah, it's there.
What's wrong with the glass?
We don't keep it. We use the workers earlier.
Something wrong with the glass you're trying to say?
You don't put in the kitchen.
Okay. With interest. Accumulating that it would be 3. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're doing that or not. I really don't know if they're doing that. I don't know. But he wants to get out so bad, but everybody bailed on him, really. See what I mean? When you don't take care of people and you fuck people over, even your own family, like supposedly all the relatives he has and so-called friends, none of them helped him out. Not one of them. They don't want him to come back home to Alabama because then they figure they're going to have to support his sorry ass. They don't want him back there. They would have helped him a long time ago. King of Discord says, Discord is pushing the hashtag at PayFrankB. Yeah. I see the money rolling in. Well, you know what they say, they know till the fat lady sings, so I'm just going along with all this. It's been long enough. This matter needs to be settled. Period. In his situation, he could have, but he wasn't good on holding on to money, or he's just pretending he has no money. As I said, I just don't think he wants to spend the money he's got in the bank. He wants to make sure that he doesn't go totally broke when he gets sent back to Alabama. He may not even go to Alabama because he probably figures that there might be bench warrants waiting for him for a number of things, actually. Okay, so where's all the damage happening now with that storm? I heard some I've seen a few reels on, what is it, Facebook or something? Wind's blowing pretty strong. Has there been any injuries, death? What's going on out there? There's nothing remarkable going on right here right now. If I could stop raining, of course it's all white, cloudy. It's all, dense clouds. I guess we'll see overnight into tomorrow, right? That's all you can do is wait and see. But I'm so glad that we knocked the branches off today. We got somebody to do that. Because that would have made a big difference. If there was some strong gusts or winds coming in here, that would have made a difference. Could have knocked out some. It doesn't mean that they're not going to have trouble at the generator station, which is actually in... where's Benelco's generator station? Benelco is in... Huh?
Bantayan.
It's in Bantayan Township. Yeah, they got their generators. There's a couple of gerbils in there on a little spin wheel or something, Okay, guys, I've been on here long enough here, so yeah, we've been doing a lot of shows. As I said, anything progresses. I don't care about how many times I'm posting. If something comes up with this storm, I'll let you kind of know what's going on here, and if you give a shit anyway, but either way. It might be an interesting night, or it might be just any other night with a little bit of rain or something, I don't know. Or it may not just come in until tomorrow night. I don't know what course it's taken. I really haven't checked the past couple of hours, so I really don't know. It's more fun in the Philippines, man. A lot of truth to that. And one channel was talking about it. It's never boring in the Philippines. Well, that is correct. There's always something going on out here. Not necessarily good stuff all the time, but I'm reading so many stories out here of people getting killed and the accidents. Oh my God, on the accidents. I can't even keep up with that out here. So many roadside accidents, and I get pissed off too because I'm even in town here, and I see. Recently, there was a woman, she's on the back of the bike and she's carrying looks like a two-week-old infant. Then, of course, I'm seeing every day. I see with You got the driver, the family, and he's got like 4 family members on the back. You don't do that shit. Well, they do that here, but they wouldn't get away with that in the United States. There's no way in the world. They'd be fined. And a lot of people would say something. Absolutely. But this is not America. That's the thing you got to remember. This is not America. What you expect in America and you expect over here are two different worlds, completely different worlds. Yeah, but the economy and infrastructure as it is, they're still building in Cebu and Manila and other places. New buildings going up all the time. It's foreign investments is what's going on here. Probably Chinese. They form a corporation with locals out here. That's how they do it and get away with it. Yeah. And all these condo units. There's not that many people wanting to buy condos. And now with the influx of all these earthquakes and natural disasters and everything, which has always been around, but they're more, it's more open now to the internet and to the world that what's going on here with hurricanes and earthquakes and everything else, and people are not buying. I really don't think, people are not running here to go buy condos and shit. Maybe they're waiting for the market to just tank a bit, more, but the Philippines peso's not holding up the way they want either, which is good for the American dollar exchange, the exchange, but as I said, it's not a win-win situation. Same as Social Security, big deal. It's a 2.8% increase in the COLA, but everything else is going up, so you don't win. And then don't forget, Social Security is raising their Part B premiums. So give it one hand, take with the other. You don't come ahead. You can't come ahead. And I got to get off here. All right, thanks for tuning in as long as you have this past hour. We've been definitely putting our time in today, but then again, we got all these events happening, which are kind of interesting. Break the monotony of some trap on here, but go check out Barry's community page and have a good laugh. I'll say it again because I know he's probably listening. You put yourself in there, you don't want to pay the fees, that's where you're going to stay for a good while. You're having trouble with the Chinese in there, you think they're filthy creatures, as you said. It's a fucking toilet bowl, here's what you said. Okay, well, how did you get there? How did you get there? Think. I know you're probably not very coherent after being there for a while. I understand, not that you ever were coherent, but worse probably now. He said he got sick, whatever. Well, what did you expect to happen? What did you expect? And if you can't respect your inmates, the Chinese, which you probably have all those pogo workers still in there, they're on edge too. You got to remember that. They're not feeling good about their situation either. So you get on their bad side or say something stupid to them like you normally do because you can't shut your fucking mouth. What do you think is going to happen? He probably got his ass whipped I don't know how many times since he's been in there. I would not be surprised whatsoever. Low, medium, and high, and this is on high, the Westinghouse. Oh, man. Put that on low. She can't handle the high velocity of the fan. Dog's got to eat in a few minutes. I'm not sure what I'm mixing in with there. They're waiting, but the malware just took place again. It totally took me off my live. There's always something, isn't there? You know? She wants to give the little pieces of leftover ribeyes to the dogs, but see, what they do is they're smart. They'll eat the yummy stuff out and they'll leave the kibble. Yeah. Well, that fan feels good. It's awfully humid out, but you can feel it inside. But that fan, we left it for lost. I mean, we were going to throw it out. We were going to throw it out. But she knew some guy here that was better than the other guy that claimed he fixed it, but it didn't get fixed really, not very long. But he did something in there. I don't know what he did, but got the fan working just fine, thank you. Just absolutely fine. It's like a little restaurant in here, like a dining room. It's really nice. With the dining table and the little table on the side. It's kind of cool. I feel more comfortable. We had this outside in the elements. I said, no, man. What the hell did we pay for this thing? It wasn't cheap, really. Let's bring it inside, clean it up, bring it inside, and let's use that as part of the dining room. It's just wasted space over here anyway, so you just put the damn thing in here, you know, and we'll utilize it, you know. It's nice if you want to sit by the window in the morning, have your tea or whatever. That works for me. All right, I can't give you any more updates on the storm because it really hasn't really happened here yet, except it's been raining a bit on and off. I keep track every now and again on the computer to see kind of where this is going. I'll even ask ChatGPT. They're not always very accurate, but you're better off just going to Pagasa or something like that, you know. I don't know, those who want to live in the Surigao area and in certain areas like that that are always known to be hit, I don't know, man. You're taking chances, but you're taking chances in the Philippines no matter where you live. Now, these islands here, Bantayan, are known historically. I don't know if you knew this, but when that big old hurricane in 2013 came over here, that damaged about 90% of the homes here in Bantayan. So there was quite a bit of damage. Now she has one friend that she's living in a big home alone. So she decided that, well, I'm going to just go to the shelter, you know. I said, well, it's not going to hit till tomorrow night. Why is she going to the shelter now? Well, she's afraid of being alone. Her husband, I think, works OFW or something like that, you know. But why leave now, you know, if she did? It makes no sense. You're going to be uncomfortable in this increasingly crowded shelter area. And I don't think they're all flocking in there yet. But this could happen overnight here, but it's more likely going to be tomorrow and especially toward tomorrow evening. Okay, so there you go on that. Do I got the comment section on? I'm not sure if I do or not. I don't see a box down here. I don't know, maybe I don't. I don't know. But either way, I'll just finish my broadcast. I'm going to watch TV in a little bit. I have not sat down one bit today. How to do even little things. I get these little cushion things to put in my sliding windows in the bedroom because they rattle when the wind hits it. And I'm kind of a light sleeper. And that would wake me up pretty easy. When we had the earthquake, well, that too, but when we had other big windy conditions, my sliding windows would actually rattle a little bit with the wind, and it just became very irritating. So I got inventive. Had these little round cushion things that you use underneath the chair so it doesn't scrape your tiling or whatever. Felt cushions is basically what they are. I stuffed it in between where the two pieces of the window kind of join, and I think it's doing a job, but we'll see overnight or tomorrow night. I don't even think the banks are even going to deposit money in here tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, you would think they would. Like I said, you know, things kind of happen backwards sometimes, and not sometimes, but Hey, here's some pieces of ribeye your mother doesn't want. Why don't you eat that? Doesn't mean it's your meal tonight, but
Yeah,
why?
I'll eat it later.
Otherwise, it's going to go to the damn dogs.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. So yeah, I can't predict where this is going, but even 88, well, what did they say the wind speed would be? Well, it's certainly going to be enough wind action here to cause definitely damage to some of the lesser homes, and according to the way they're built, for sure. I think those are the people that are probably going to go to the shelters. I figure if part of my roof came off, well, we got other rooms to evacuate to, plenty of rooms. So that's a good thing about not living in a terribly tight space. I couldn't handle really, well, I could adjust to just about anything, but my preference, of course, would be having extra rooms. Because you might have a room where the roof is off, maybe there's water coming in there, whatever. And unless you got a big ass tarp, and we don't have any tarps, unless you got a big ass tarps, then you're gonna have a problem. Be the first in the header board by showing some percentage of lives. Okay. I think my comment section is on. I think it is on. Okay. I wasn't really sure about that. We took a few precautions around here. We're filling up, big pails and stuff with water for flushing and otherwise. Recharging a few flashlights we have. We got some extra candles if we need it. That's if my old generator doesn't want to cooperate very well. The old girl has kind of been through a lot, See, it just happened again. I got some malware, advertising malware going on here. So right in the middle of me broadcasting, it goes to a full page ad. Nothing I'm interested in. Like I said, I'm not monetized. This shouldn't be happening. I'm trying to see how I scan for malware. I'm going to have to look at my settings. I don't have any particular virus programs on here that would even remedy that. But this has been happening actually all day on here. So is everybody behaving out there? Oh, by the way, I told you to go to Barry's community post, but he took it off. I was talking about it earlier, what he had to say about him being in jail and all that stuff, and blah, blah, blah. But we don't have to talk about that. I don't want you to think I was lying on this because, he had kind of a community posting on there, but probably was listening to my show, and I told people to go over there and read it, and he took the thing down. But I know you trust me. Yeah, he did post and say what he did. Apparently he's not very happy. Okay, all right, enough of that. All right, I'm going to watch a movie if I don't know what to watch. I watch these disaster movies. Possible disaster coming here. I watch all these movies. All the sci-fi movies, disaster movies, a few horror movies, a lot of action movies. But I don't know what you guys have as programming on your TV, but I just got regular Netflix. I got nothing premiere, nothing like that, So basically what's on there. And when a new video is posted on Netflix, it's usually a movie you've seen before anyway. I mean, you're not missing anything at all. You're not missing anything. I wind up going to YouTube on there. Find a movie, perhaps something I didn't see by chance, or more likely something I've already seen was probably worth watching for the third time. And that's what you do when you're retired out here. You want to know the truth? When your retired life out here is not all fun in the Philippines, and as you get older, you retire, it's what you do. It's what you do. Don't listen to these clowns out there. Say, you don't do nothing, you don't go nowhere. Well, you know what? Every expat I've ever come across that I've actually communicated with and kind of asked them, frankly, what do you do with your time? Nah, I just stay home, watch movies, and that's pretty much what everybody does, whether they want to admit it or not. They watch movies. I mean, unless you're a big traveler and you're always on the go, you're a Minuteman or whatever you are, you like traveling here and there. All right, different story if you got the fortitude, whatever, to do that. But reality is that not everybody does that, and I don't do that. Don't do that, you know. No. And besides, it's just too damn expensive to travel within the Philippines. It's less expensive to travel to another freaking country if you could. But the way, because it's like, you know, over 1,000 islands here. I mean, to get from place to place, it requires a lot of effort and extra money because they're going to get you for everything. Environmental fees for every ferry you take or anything you do. Any luggage on a bus, they're going to charge you extra for that. You know, you take a plane, you may take a ferry after that, you may have to take a bus after that, you're going to have to take taxi rides. So by the time you tally up all you spent just to go from point A to point B, which was not really even that far, well, you just spent a lot of cash. And you got to ask yourself, was it worth it? What, just to see another beach? Ah, come on, man. Walk to a beach right here, you know. Okay, well, other than having a great hospital here and other than having a good supermarket here, that's the downfalls here. And, well, besides good restaurants and every damn thing else. Let's see, what do I have here? A news, I don't know what that was that flashed by on here. Yeah, we are lacking things on this island. There is no question about it. But, you know, when you're settled in, you already got a home, you know, you kind of go with what you got. And if it ain't enough, then you go to the big city and you get what you need. Besides, it gets you off the island and you get to go to a place that can serve all your needs. Nicer restaurants that cater to the kind of foods you like to eat. Some of the stores that might cater to some of your creature comfort foods that you like to eat. You're not trapped. You're not trapped. Well, unless the ferry's not running. Then the plane that comes twice a week is not running. Yeah, they got the planes running now, but only twice a week. So it doesn't do a lot of people much justice, you know. Okay, enough of that. I want to find a movie to watch. Anything incredible happens. I don't think there's going to be anything incredible happening tonight anyway. I think it's going to be more toward tomorrow evening. Although some places have been kind of hit already, so I'm sure they'll be talking about it. Every vlogger that's living out here has been affected by it, and certainly Amazing Philippines likes to keep us with some decent updates. Bless his soul, you know. Rod's the man, by the way. Rod. Amazing Philippines, Rod, and Rod Stewart. They're both the guys. They're the men. All right, you guys are shy on talking here, and I know exactly who's listening, so let me get off this fucking thing. What did I make, about a cotillion videos today? Who's counting? Who fucking cares? I don't count. I just come on when I want something to say. You know, compared to not being on at all,